Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. For those in person and for those who are joining us live streaming, and that includes Catalina. So I will ask our student representative, Stephanie Chow from Milliken, to lead us in the pledge. Stephanie.
Right hand over your heart. And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Stephanie. Now I will have our board secretary take a roll and establish a quorum.
Member Lopez.
Present.
Member Otto. President Craighead.
Here.
Member Benitez.
Here.
Vice President Miller.
Here.
Student Board Member Nwala.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Oh, boy. And I apologize for our late start to the meeting. We had a closed session that went long. And to that end, the board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's agenda, and the board took action on the following items. On item 3.1, the board voted 5-0 to approve the readmission of student numbers 201152052, 201156076, 201179303, and 201153514. On item 3.2, the board voted 5-0 to approve the public employee appointment of Dr. Demita Myers-Miller as Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Curriculum, Instruction, and Professional Development. Congratulations. She's been acting in this position for a little while now, but tonight it's official. So congratulations. And on item 3.4, the board voted 5-0 to approve a settlement agreement in workers' compensation case numbers 1979065 and 197744000, resolving all claims against the district. And next we are at adoption of the agenda as posted.
Move for approval. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Our student board member?
Aye.
So that passes 5-0 with a preferential vote. Next on the agenda, we have our introduction of our student representative. So it is Stephanie Chow, our ASB president from Milliken. Stephanie, welcome.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Jill Baker, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Nader Twal, Long Beach Unified School District board members, the senior team, and the entire Long Beach community. My name is Stephanie Chow, and I am a current senior in the Quest Pathway. I am truly honored to represent my school, Robert A. Milliken High School, and proudly serve as the ASB president for the 2025 to 2026 school year. Aside from ASB president, over the past few years at Milliken, I have been able to fulfill various leadership roles. I currently serve as president of Quest Ambassadors, president of Milliken's National Honor Society, and president of our Asian American Pacific Islander Club, as well as co-founder of STEM Blossom and the current Vendors Community and Volunteers Organization lead for our annual 562 Night Market hosted at Milliken. I am excited to share with you the opportunities, improvements, and accomplishments we've had at Milliken since the last report in 2025. First, Milliken High School has dropped the required dress code policy this year for the first time since 1993, enabling students to engage in free dress. Students have now adopted the LBUSD dress policy instead of the traditional Milliken colors and spirit wear. Aside from this policy change, Milliken continues to go through a long period of campus-wide construction. Since students have returned from winter break, the 2000 building, formerly known as the 200 building, as well as the Milliken office, has reopened, along with our school's library. Through these new phases of construction, we have been able to receive new LED lights, AC heat systems, audio and video enhancements, and elevators for buildings with multiple floors. Milliken intends to not only increase accessibility for all students and staff members, but also provide more modernized classrooms and buildings for learning, improving both safety and functionality. Now we look forward to another phase of construction with our 900 building, 300 building, as well as our 700 building, where Milliken hopes to continuously expand on these efforts. Secondly, Milliken High School, as well as its students, has continued to strive towards our cultural initiatives on campus, fostering a welcoming yet curious community that has learned to appreciate culture. Milliken will be continuing the Multicultural Fair, which was first initiated last year, allowing students to have a taste of different cultures through shared foods, games, and elements of their heritage. As for student-led initiatives, Milliken's Black Student Union, BSU, has continued to thrive while fostering a community where students can feel engaged, as they recently hosted the Milliken Sankofa Parent Village Family Game Night and look forward to hosting a Black History Month assembly dedicated to sharing their culture campus-wide. BSU also hopes to continue to coordinate the annual Black Artisan Night Market, annually enjoyed by both students and local families from all over Long Beach. In December, our La Raza Club and Hispanic Ballet Folklorico class and club have continued to thrive. Performing in December for Milliken while continuously creating an environment, a welcoming environment. La Raza recently took student surveys from Latino and Hispanic students in order to deepen their understanding of how they can grow as a community on campus. Additionally, in February, they will be hosting a Valentine's Grams fundraiser, and their club has been invited to tour City Hall, meet the mayor, and ask questions regarding the community. Hispanic Ballet Club Folklorico will be starting to prepare for the May Dance Showcase, where they will be representing 2 special regions from Mexico. Next month, the annual Lunar New Year's Rally Stage event will be returning, this time spearheaded by Milliken's Chinese Club in collaboration with Milliken's Vietnamese, Asian American, Pacific Islander, Makaisa, Japanese, and Cultural Cuisine Club. This year is extra special because we will be featuring line dancers and cultural talks so that students can learn about the different cultural celebrations and taste different kinds of foods commonly enjoyed during this occasion, as well as dress up in cultural garments or red and gold to symbolize and welcome the Year of the Horse. In addition to these lunchtime initiatives, the annual AAPI celebration, the 562 Night Market, continues to flourish as it begins its 5th year, led by a committee of 8 leads handling vendors, clubs, performances, club event management, and publicity. This is an exciting event that features 30 Asian American Pacific Islander vendors and 20 LBUSD clubs and cultural performances. Lastly, Milliken High School has accomplished a great deal for our sports teams. First, our boys golf team won the Moore League, defeating Wilson's 19th season undefeated record. Our girls golf team won both the 2024 and 2025 Moore League titles, earning back-to-back wins, while our boys wrestling continues to win Moore League with a 15-year streak. Chris Aguiano becomes the first since 1977 to place in California for our school, making this a remarkable moment for Milliken. Our baseball team continues as 19th season Moore League champions, as well as 6-year CIF champions. Our softball team welcomes their 5th year as Moore League champions. Our girls flag football team continues to challenge Long Beach Poly High School, winning their first Moore League championship this year. Lastly, our boys tennis team won the CIF SS championship title, making it a significant accomplishment and the first since 2021. I'm so proud of what my school has been able to accomplish this year, and I am beyond excited to see what Milliken accomplishes in 2026 and beyond. I would like to thank our school principal, Dr. Stacy Alexander, and our ASV director, Grant Robinson, for their efforts to continuously foster such a supportive and collaborative community on campus. If anyone has any questions regarding Robert A. Milliken High School, whether they be about our curriculum or events, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Go Rams, and it's always a good day to be a Ram. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. So you acknowledge the principal and the activities director. I don't see your activities director here. No, but is there anyone else you'd like to acknowledge that's here to support you?
I would also like to thank my mom for driving me here, but also supporting me throughout my entire high school career.
And at the beginning of your report, you were mentioning different organizations on campus that you are currently leading. I think I heard you say president of this, president of that. And then it reminded me, oh, yes, you were one of the finalists for our student board member position, because I remember that application and your list of accomplishments could barely fit on the paper. So thank you for mentioning that. Now, also, you're a senior this year, and so I know my colleagues would be interested in knowing what your plans are for next year.
I have applied to around 20 schools, most of them being UCs and some privates such as USC and University of Washington.
And what would be your dream school? What's your number one?
UCLA. Go Bruins!
This guy, he's insufferable. Well, thank you for being here. Should we do the picture now?
I had one question.
Oh, you have a question?
Yeah. First off, I'm a fellow Ram. Go Rams. Stephanie, you were talking about the different clubs, and you said one that you founded, STEM Blossom?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about it? I hadn't heard about STEM Blossom.
Yeah,
Club. Just
so
curious.
STEM Blossom is a club that has a chapter at Milliken High School and Sato High School, and it's essentially a program that was founded by girls who are trying to bring STEM opportunities, more specifically like interactive STEM content, to underserved areas of Long Beach. And our first event was at Pris, and since then we've recently founded the Passport to STEAM event that's now being hosted there.
Well, I know of an organization that would work really well called Demo Chicks that also does STEM workshops in underserved areas. So maybe we need to talk. Anyway,
I'm hearing a collaboration.
Yeah, I'm hearing a collaboration as well.
Well, we know where to find her. So should we do a picture now? Is that a good time? Okay, so we're going to invite you up here for a photo. And now we will have our student board member report.
Good evening. Yesterday, I had the amazing opportunity to be part of the Mayor's State of the City, where I myself, alongside CSULB and LBCC student representatives, had the opportunity to speak surrounding our theme last night of A Future Built by Us. To that end, I had the amazing opportunity to talk about the Long Beach College Promise, which I am so unbelievably proud to be part of the district that made this possible and is now an exemplar for other schools within, well, an exemplar for our state and how we approach post-secondary education. So that was an amazing opportunity, and to see the continued growth that we allow in providing all of our students opportunity to pursue higher education and the tools to do it was really amazing. Thank you.
It was really amazing, and it was a proud moment to see you walk on stage, with the mayor for the State of the City address. Well done. And next on the agenda, we have our recognitions and acknowledgements, so I'll direct our attention to the screen for our vision in action.
School safety's role is really taking the physical safety approach to our district-wide operations. So schools, support sites, our goal is to make sure that everyone is safe while they're on our campuses. That could be from physical safety from our school safety officers patrolling the areas, as well as preparing our school sites through our emergency preparedness program. Our goal is to provide options and avenues where there's more intervention approach, whether through diversion programs or even simply behavioral intervention, and focusing on how can we support students without sending an armed officer. I really think students are gonna see a positive impact. It's gonna give them avenues where they're having better interactions with law enforcement. Not everything is gonna be a negative contact. They have an ability to learn from a mistake without a severe consequence for that, and allows them the opportunity to make a change and really focus on how can I do better, and more importantly, how are we as a district going to support them through that process.
It's nice to see our school safety officers on campus with especially with the younger kids, and building those relationships. But I have to apologize to our student board member because I skipped over the fact that you had something else to read. So we'll go back to that.
Next Monday, we will be celebrating Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Every year on the 3rd of January, the nation comes together to pay tribute to Martin Luther King Jr., a hero of the civil rights movement who was assassinated in 1968. This federal holiday was established to celebrate the achievements of the activist and minister, whose legacy continues to inspire generations of Americans. King devoted his life to promoting nonviolent efforts to achieve racial equality. His leadership was pivotal in dismantling long-standing segregation policies that impacted African Americans. His tireless activism and dedication resulted in the Civil Rights Act of 1968, which is widely considered the most significant accomplishment of the civil rights era, in which he played a key role. The March on Washington marked the pinnacle of King's leadership, where he delivered his most renowned address, famously known as the I Have a Dream speech. It was a passionate call for peace and equal rights that is widely regarded as a masterpiece of history. Thank you.
Thank you. And next on the agenda, we have item number 11, and that is the public hearing, resolution number 011426-C, dedicate the easement to Southern California Edison located at 160 West 51st Street, adjacent to Perry Lindsay Academy. I will open the public hearing and ask if there are any speakers on this item.
We do not have speakers on this item.
Thank you. So seeing that we have no speakers, I declare the public hearing closed. And I will move on to public testimony for items listed on the agenda?
We have 9 speakers for items listed on the agenda. And our first speaker is Natalie Hawkins, followed by Kyle Hawkins.
Hi, my name is Natalie Hawkins, and I'm a parent to 2 students at Lowell Elementary. I'm very concerned about the cuts to mental health resources in our district, given the complexity of needs we have in our district. Anecdotally, at Lowell, we have lost 4 families this school year that I am aware of, which realistically means we've probably lost others as well. Those 4 families have left the school and district due to administrative mismanagement and resourcing issues. Lowell today only has half-time counseling support, half-time psychologist support, and the new part-time care center support. Neither our counselor or psychologist have the time to provide counseling services or intervention services to our students because they are inundated with assessments and adjunct duties and consumes a majority of their part-time assignment. My concern with those examples is that we're losing families from our district due to resourcing and admin issues with the current level of resourcing. The state of our LBUSD enrollment will not improve as a result of a reduction in resourcing and likely will get worse. I'd like to ask the board and LBUSD leadership to reconsider the decision to cut our mental health resources and to also implement systems and do a post-analysis of why we are losing families and how to avoid those losses going forward at the school level. The 4 de-enrollment examples I just gave that happened this year could have been avoided, and it is contributing to our funding situation. I really appreciate your guys' work and effort, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kyle Hawkins, followed by Donnie Seppington.
Thank you for having me. That is my wife who just spoke. Same 2 kids are at Lowell. We've been very happy with their initial years in school, though recently we've been notified that there may be some changes in the support that they're getting from counselors and social workers. And this is affecting not our site, just our site, but every site in LBUSD. This is very concerning to me. Having been a student of Long Beach Unified, I greatly know, I know firsthand how important those social workers are on site. I couldn't help but to notice the graduate portrait here on the right that lists a number of things. These are the graduate portrait envisions the outcomes for students. I'm sure you're all aware of what's on it. I'm not so sure that these cuts to counseling and social support at the schools play into what we're trying to do for our students. There are a number of things here listed. Trustworthy and respectful human being, resilient, mindful, and thriving self-advocate popped out to me. This is a clear obstacle that these students are going to have to overcome if they don't have the correct support at the school sites. If this is happening at Lowell, I can only imagine it's happening at many schools, and they're probably already impacted, with less resources than we have at Lowell. Without a vice principal there, without full-time counseling support, we've seen many challenges, and we know that these challenges are going to continue to cause burden on the atmosphere at each school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Donnie Seppington, followed by Fernando Ochoa.
I'm speaking on 17.1. Can I go ahead? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Donnie Sappington. I am a business representative of Sheet Metal Workers Local 105, and I am a lifetime resident of Long Beach here. I was born in Long Beach Memorial, graduated in Long Beach Wilson High School, and today my twin boys attend schools at Long Beach Unified School District. I am here to support the Community Workforce Agreement because it's about doing things the right way. A CWA ensures public projects are built by a trained and skilled workforce, people who come through state and federally recognized apprenticeship programs and know how to get things done right the first time. It also creates accountability, protecting workers from wage fraud and protecting the district with quality on-time work. Just as important, it creates real-time opportunities for Long Beach residents paid training, no debt, no student debt, and good careers close to home. As a parent with kids in this district, I care deeply about who builds our schools and how they are built. I respectfully ask that you support the Community Workforce Agreement, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Fernando Ochoa, followed by Delfina Garfias.
Good evening. My name is Fernando Ochoa. I'm also with Sheet Metal Workers Local 105, also born and raised here in Long Beach. I went to then International Elementary School, now Orpez Elementary School. Then went on over to the west side, Stevens Middle School. Then for high school, went to Millikan High School. Went on to Cal State Long Beach, then UCLA. Now here with the Union. So from downtown, west side to the east side, all over the place. So growing up, moved from apartment to apartment, didn't have much stability, which is why I went from school to school, area to area. But I think that's what we're here for. I think community workforce agreements, which we're in strong support of, bring that stability for workers, which means strong wages, fair working conditions, and being able to work close to home, not having to drive 2 hours, being able to drive 20 minutes to work rather than 2 hours is great. And so on behalf of the Local 105, I want to express our strong support for the Community Workforce Agreement at LBUSD. I think it's the right approach, not just for our schools, for our district, but for our parents, our workers, and also the students and their kids. That, for example, Donnie has kids in the district, brings that stability, financial stability. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Delfina Garfias, followed by Andrew Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Delfina Garfias. I'm a parent of 2 kids at Longfellow Elementary, and I'm here to express my deep concern about the proposed cuts to half our library staff next year. I understand that we're in a budget crisis and tough decisions need to be made. Enrollment is going down, but I have to ask whether the district is looking at the very large amount of money that goes towards our district administration and making cuts there. I know I've read that there are cuts being made at the central office, but those haven't been elaborated to my knowledge, so I don't know. The district superintendent position is, as of 2024, I believe it costs over $500,000 per year in salary and benefits. And at least 16 of the district administrator salaries are over $300,000 a year salary and benefits. And I know that's not an obscene amount of money in this day and age, and it's expensive to live in California, but I think we just have to ask ourselves what our priorities are and what we're doing here if we're putting that much money towards the district administration, but we can't afford librarians in our kids' schools. And I think maybe those are some of the tough decisions that we need to think about making. I also wonder if Governor Newsom's budget is approved next year, that should bring $22 billion to California public schools. If half our librarians are laid off, will some of them be reinstated if that money comes through? It seems unlikely. Maybe we could consider furloughs to district administrators or temporary pay cuts until we know how that's going to shake out. I also wonder if it might help to consider cutting back on professional development for our teachers for a little while. I don't know how much that costs, but I would think just the substitute teacher time to replace them in the classroom must get quite expensive, and I'm sure that professional development has a great deal of merit. But once again, it's a question of priorities, and I sincerely hope that the district believes that those priorities lie with our students at the school sites. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Andrew Gonzalez, followed by John Munoz.
Good evening, Board President, trustees, and staff. My name is Andrew Gonzalez with Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, representing 160,000 men and women, 14 trades and 48 local unions. Here tonight to speak in favor of the Community Workforce Agreement. I don't need to tell you the importance of building new facilities. Your ASB president, all things, I guess, ASB in Long Beach talked about the benefits of building new facilities, creating new and welcoming spaces, healthy and safe spaces for students and teachers. But just as important as building is who gets to build them. Your Community Student Workforce Agreement actually prioritizes local hiring for local residents here in Long Beach and graduates of Long Beach Unified School Districts. And by expanding on this or renewing this agreement, you actually join a coalition here in Long Beach with the city, the port, the community college district, and the utilities department in these workforce agreements. We can create now an ecosystem for students and residents to now join one of our trades and gain a great career, joining one of our apprenticeship programs that we've spoken like here tonight. And that's the benefit this brings. And we can't speak the importance of local hiring as much, but it's also important that we talk about union hiring. Every worker deserves the benefit of union representation. Your teachers have it. Your facilities people who do the maintenance have it. You need to have it here because what it does is it allows you to protect wages and working conditions for the people doing the work on your facilities, which is, I know, highly important to this board and staff here. So for all those reasons, I urge you to vote in favor of the Community Workforce Agreement. And as a graduate of USC, just as good as they are at USC, I want to say fight on to all of you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Munoz, followed by Ryan Espinosa.
Good evening. Good evening, members of Long Beach Unified Board of Trustees. My name is John Munoz, and I serve as apprentice coordinator and business representative for over 6,700 members out of local 250 steam fitter, pipe fitters, welders, HVACR techs, service techs, and apprentices. Many of our members are residents of Long Beach. Actually, I looked it up before we came. More than 330 of them are. In fact, as well as surrounding cities such as Lakewood with 130 members and Bellflower with 75. So you can see heavily, our membership is heavily in Long Beach. I am also a proud member of the Long Beach community, having lived here for more than 40 years. A community workforce agreement helps the district achieve an important goal, providing high-quality jobs for local residents. These agreements can include local hiring goals, giving Long Beach residents and its alumni opportunity to work construction projects that directly benefit the community, that community that they call home. Working close to home allows people to be present for their families, to coach AYSO soccer, to help with Little League, baseball, or Pop Warner. Assist with homework, simply sit down together for a family dinner. These are some of the moments I personally missed out on because I was not able to work close to home. That's why we constantly push for these community work agreements and PLAs. I'm asking the Board of Trustees to approve the community workforce agreement with Los Angeles and Orange County building trades and construction trades so its residents and its members can live and work in the community they proudly call home. I appreciate your time and God bless.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ryan Espinosa, followed by our last speaker, Rosara Zambrano.
Good evening, members of the Long Beach Unified Board of Trustees. My name is Ryan Espinosa. I'm a business representative with the Operating Engineers Local 12, representing over 20,000 members across Southern California. I'm here tonight to ask you to vote yes to renew the Community Workforce Development Agreement. The Community Workforce Development Agreement helps the school district to achieve its goals of providing high-quality jobs for its residents. We have many members that live locally that really love the opportunity to work close to home. I myself am a product of Long Beach Unified. I went to MacArthur Elementary, Bancroft Middle School, and Lakewood High School. And this agreement also provides an opportunity to invest in workforce development for the city of Long Beach. Our state and federally recognized apprenticeship programs provide paid training that graduates skilled professionals. I'd like to thank you guys for your time, and we'll ask you again to vote yes to renew the Community Workforce Development Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker on items not on the agenda, on items on the agenda is Rosario Zambrano Galindo.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rosaura Zambrano y vengo en nombre de la Escuela Grant. Es mi primer año aquí. Venimos de México. ¿Cuándo? ¿Perdón?
Yo voy a interpretar para usted.
Okay.
¿Tiene algo?
Pues leí esto, pues, lo escribí. Es mi primer año aquí en la escuela.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosario Zambrano. It's my first year in this.
Rosaura.
Rosaura Zambrano. It's my first year in the school, and we come from Mexico.
Cuando yo llegué aquí, mi hija no manejaba para nada el idioma inglés. Cuando yo llegué aquí, mi hija no manejaba el idioma inglés. Entonces, ella lloraba mucho los primeros días, el primer mes.
When we first came, my daughter didn't speak any English, and she would cry the first month.
En el transcurso de la escuela conocimos a Miss Maya, la coordinadora de la escuela.
Yeah, throughout, the school, we met Miss Maya, the coordinator, the school's coordinator.
Ella es la que ha estado apoyando a los niños que vienen llegando de México.
She's the one who's been supporting children who are who have just come from Mexico.
Estamos aquí por la preocupación del recorte de presupuesto.
And we're here because we're concerned about the budget cuts.
Porque nos quieren quitar con el recorte de presupuesto, quieren quitar el puesto de Miss Maya, que es la que está ayudando a los padres, a los niños que manejan. Ella es multilingüe.
And with the cuts, Miss Maya's position is going to be eliminated, and she is the one helping multilingual children and parents.
Por ella es que funciona la escuela y las juntas de padres. Queremos pedir, hay otros padres aquí que queremos pedir que no nos quiten el recorte de presupuesto.
And there are a group of parents here, and we are here to ask that she is not removed, and to ask about the budget for her position not to be reduced.
Porque los niños la quieren y se sienten en confianza con ellos y ellos sienten cariño por ella. Entonces los mismos niños dicen, ¿por qué nos van a quitar a Miss Maya?
Children love her, and they feel comfortable with her, and they say, why is Miss Maya going to be taken away from us?
Pues sería todo. Sería todo.
Yeah, that's about it.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Thank you. And next, we have public testimony on items not listed on the agenda.
We have 16 speakers on items not listed on the agenda. Our first speaker is Catherine Tesea, followed by Maria de Los Angeles.
K-12 library programs are not a one-size-fits-all, as the new staffing allocations assume. I'm here tonight to speak to the reduction of the high school staffing, library staffing, from 1.5 FTE to 0.5 FTE, and the direct and inequitable impact this cut will have on the Cabrillo community. At Cabrillo, the library is not a quiet, optional space. It's an instructional classroom, student support center, and a critical safe space, particularly on a campus with high Tier 1 intervention needs. This year, I have taught 51 classes using standard-based lessons, database research, media literacy, misinformation, interdisciplinary projects, and these lessons are embedded into A to G coursework and are essential for college and career readiness. The library at Cabrillo serves approximately 1,000 students weekly during unscheduled time and lunch. We support LGBTQ+ students, supervising the only gender-neutral restroom on campus. Students use the library before school, after school, at lunch and nutrition, and when they are unscheduled, often because they have nowhere else to go that is safe, supervised, and academically productive. Many of the visits result in academic interventions and informal check-ins that prevent larger disciplinary issues. For students who do not have reliable internet, technology, printing services, or a conducive place to study at home, the library is their only access point. But open 2.5 days means cutting access to the supports for the students who need them the most. When library is closed, Inequity grows. Students are pushed to unsupervised spaces, lose access to academic help, and lose that trusted adult connection. Instructional partnerships disappear, research skills suffer, and disproportionately harms our most vulnerable students. This does not protect student-facing services, it dismantles them, directly contradicting district goals around equity, safety, literacy, and sense of belonging. The revised staffing standards do not reflect a commitment of equity and excellence for Cabrillo's high-need campus. I respectfully urge the board to review Governor's recent budget information and reconsider this reduction to protect library services for Cabrillo High School and all LBUSD students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maria de Los Angeles Chavarria Ramirez, followed by Marisol Martinez.
Buenas tardes. Aquí hable al micrófono, por favor. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María de Los Ángeles Chavarría y vengo de la escuela Graham.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria de Los Angeles Chavarria, and I come from Grant School.
Yo vengo sobre hablar sobre el recorte que hay y vengo sobre sobre nuestra coordinadora.
I come to talk about the cuts that are going on right now and to talk about our coordinator.
Yo ya tengo más de 15 años siendo voluntaria en todas las escuelas del distrito.
I have been a volunteer in many schools of the district for over 15 years.
Luchamos mucho por el plan de los padres, el salón de padres, y ahora que lo logramos,
We fought a lot to get the plan for parents, the parents' room, and now that we got it,
ahora que lo logramos nos lo quieren quitar, nuestra coordinadora que nos ha ayudado mucho.
now that we got it, they want to take it away from us, and our coordinator, the person who has helped us a lot.
Yo lo que estoy preocupada es por la educación de mi. Yo soy madre y nieta y abuela. Vengo por los niños.
And my concern is because of my children. Well, I have children and grandchildren, and I'm here on behalf of them.
A mi nieto va en 4º grado y ella en TK, pero mi nieto de 4º grado, Miss Oliver, le ayudó muchísimo. Es Maya Oliver.
Yeah, my grandson is in 4th grade and she goes to TK, but Miss Oliver has helped my 4th grader a lot.
Mi niño no hablaba muy bien y ella le ayudó con su lectura. Ella misma me involucró para que siguiera yo en el DILAI, en el DICAT, porque ya es mi nieta la que estoy representando.
¿En él?
DILAI, DICAT.
And she is the one who told me to participate and to get involved in, I believe she says, DICAC and DILAC.
Yo entiendo todos los recortes que hay y estamos de acuerdo, pero no les pedimos de favor que no nos quiten esa coordinadora que nos está ayudando a los niños. ¿Qué va a pasar ahora que ella se retire?
I understand about the cuts, but I'm asking you not to remove the coordinator because she is helping the kids. And what is going to happen now that she won't be there?
Hay otra posibilidad que ella se nos quede porque nosotros la necesitamos.
There is another possibility for her to stay because we need her.
No sé qué podemos hacer, pero tenemos padres para pedirle a ustedes que nos dejen a nuestra coordinadora, porque se va nuestra coordinadora, se acaba el salón de padres.
I don't know what we can do. There are a lot of other parents here to ask you to leave that coordinator to us, because if she leaves, what is going to happen with the parents' room?
Yo quisiera pedirles yo sé que hay muchos recortes, pero yo quisiera pedirles que todo el board nos ayude.
And I don't know what, I missed this part. I don't know what we can do. I know there are a lot of cuts, but we want to ask the board to help us.
Es todo lo que tengo. Muchas gracias.
That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marisol Martinez, followed by Aurora Flores.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisol Martinez. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Well, I really don't know how to speak really good, so I would like, they won't cut up hours while my son has special needs. So if you guys cut up hours, I will miss a lot of stuff for him for speech. Like both of us, we don't speak really good, so I would like worry about that. That's the only thing I know what to say. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next, we have Aurora Flores, followed by Laura Mozo.
Okay. Hago eco a lo que la señora aquí estaba diciendo. Muy buenas tardes a todos los aquí presentes. Mi nombre es Aurora Flores, madre de 2 hijos varones, uno de ellos con capacidades diferentes. Antes que todo, quiero dar gracias a Dios por darme la oportunidad de expresar en nombre de mi hijo y todos los que están en educación especial. Me preocupa el impacto que tendrán todos los recortes si no elevamos la voz de todos ellos y la comunidad hispana. Las necesidades que se tienen que apoyar con equidad, respeto, dignidad y responsabilidad. Reconozco que hoy somos pocos los que estamos aquí presenciales, pero sabemos de antemano que estamos atravesando por tiempos muy difíciles, que muchas familias están atemorizadas al salir de sus hogares, especialmente mi raza étnica. En nombre de todos ellos, elevo esta situación. Pido a los presentes, es muy importante que todo estudiante en educación especial debe tener todos sus servicios necesarios para sacar provecho y su mayor potencial para lograr todas metas que son únicas e individuales. Sabemos que por eso existen los IEPs, planes individualizados para trabajar en equipo con el distrito y estudiantes y familia, y que no podemos generalizar los planes para todos los estudiantes. Es muy triste como madre de un ser querido con capacidades diferentes ver que muchas veces no tienen el acceso suficiente que ellos pueden tener en un aprendizaje digno, ya que todo es muy restringido para ellos. Cuántas barreras sistemáticas muchas veces debemos de enfrentar para que todos ellos obtengan un poco de apoyo, como por ejemplo terapia ocupacional, de habla, física, adaptiva, etcétera. Muchas veces no tenemos la seguridad que implementan los servicios realmente para que nuestros estudiantes tengan un bienestar de desarrollo escolar y destaquen. Y ahora con todo esto que se está escuchando de los recortes, ¿qué pasará con su educación especial? Necesitamos que todos los presentes aquí hoy trabajen en conjunto, que no se quede solo en este espacio y sus propias conversaciones e intereses personales. Tomen en cuenta a todos nosotros, salir y ver dónde encontrar soluciones, trabajar para que no sean afectados y tengan una buena educación para nuestros estudiantes. Hoy es el día, no permitir, nadie discrimina la educación especial. Todos conocemos a alguien con capacidades diferentes, ya sea un hijo, hermano, un amigo, un primo, un sobrino, etcétera. Todos merecen la libertad de expresión, respeto y trato digno. Concluyo, es importante que todos luchemos por un mejor futuro para todos nuestros estudiantes y seres queridos. Muchas gracias.
Dr. Baker,
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna buy you a little bit of time, I think. I know I've made this request in the past. If we could be provided provided transcript, so that you can take your time and help with the translation. And also, Dr. Baker, for the previous speaker, it was difficult. I couldn't quite make out what the previous speaker was saying. If someone from staff could follow up with the previous, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone present here today. My name is Aurora Flores, mother of 2 boys. One of them has different capabilities. First of all, I want to thank God for giving me the opportunity to express my and speak on behalf of my son Dylan and of those who are in special education. I am concerned about the impact that the cuts will have if we do not raise the voice on behalf of all of them and of the Hispanic community. The needs that must be supported with equity, respect, dignity, and responsibility. I recognize that today there are only a few of us here present, but we already know that we are going through very difficult times, that many families are scared to leave their homes, especially my ethnic race. On their behalf, I raise this situation. I ask everyone present in this meeting, it is very important that every student in special education has all the necessary services and take advantage of their graded potential. Give me a second, please. I got lost. To be able to achieve all their goals that are unique and individual to each of them. We know that that is why there are IEPs, or individualized plans, to work as a team with the school district, with the student and families, and we cannot generalize the plans for all the students. It is really sad as a mother of a loved one with special capabilities to see that oftentimes they don't have enough access for them to be able to get a dignified learning, because everything is more restricted for them. There are so many systematic barriers. Oftentimes, we have to face them so they can get a little support. For example, occupational therapy, speech and language, adaptive PE, etc. Oftentimes, we don't have the security of getting those services really implemented. So our students have wellness, and they can have school development, and they can move forward or move ahead. And with all of this that we are listening right now regarding the cuts, what is going to happen to special education? We need everyone here today to work as a team. And so this space is not left alone, and their own conversations and their own interests. Please take into consideration all of the people, all of us. Go out and see where you can find solutions. Work for the students not to be affected and have a good education, quality education for our students. Today is the day. Don't let anyone discriminate special education. We all know someone with different capabilities, whether a son, a sibling, a friend, a cousin, a nephew, a niece, etc. And they all deserve the liberty and freedom of expression, respect, and dignified treatment. And I end up saying that it is very important that we all fight for a better future for all our students and loved ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Laura Mozo, followed by Maria Loesa.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Laura Mozo y hoy Hablo no solo como miembro de la comunidad, sino como muchas familias y estudiantes que siempre no son escuchados. Les recortan que hoy que están haciendo no solo son los recortes, que hoy no están haciendo no solo son números, es un presupuesto. Son tutorías que desaparecen, consejeros que ya no están, apoyos que reducen, estudiantes que quedan solos en momentos críticos. Cuando se recortan servicios no se baja el estándar académico, se les quita al estudiante la oportunidad de alcanzarlo. Un estudiante con ansiedad, sin apoyo emocional, no puede aprender. Un estudiante que está aprendiendo inglés sin recursos no puede rendir igual. Un estudiante con necesidades especiales sin el servicios adecuados queda atrás, aunque tenga un deseo de salir adelante. Estos recortes aumentan la desigualdad, afectan más de las comunidades vulnerables y contradicen el compromiso que este distrito dice tener con la equidad y el bienestar estudiantil. Invertir en educación no es un gesto, es una responsabilidad, porque cada servicio que se recorta hoy es una oportunidad perdida mañana. Les pedimos que reconsideren estos recortes y que pongan a los estudiantes en el centro de cada decisión. El centro de cada decisión. El futuro de nuestra comunidad depende de ello. Gracias por escuchar.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Mosso, and today I speak not only as a member of the community, but as the voice of many families and students who are not always listened to. The cuts that are being made today are not just numbers in a budget. They are tutoring that disappears, counselors who are no longer there, supports that are reduced, and students who are left alone in critical moments. When services are cut, the academic standard is not lowered, but the student's opportunity to achieve it is taken away. A student with anxiety cannot learn because he doesn't have the emotional support. A student who is learning English cannot perform the same way as if he had resources. A student with special needs is left behind without the proper services, even if he has every desire to get ahead. These cuts increase inequality, affect vulnerable communities more, and contradict the commitment that this district claims to have with equity and student welfare. Investing in education is not an expense, it is a responsibility, because every service that is cut today is a missed opportunity tomorrow. We ask you to reconsider these cuts and put students at the center of every decision. The future of our community depends on it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maria Loesa, followed by Maria Deseo.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Teresa Loesa. Soy madre de un estudiante del distrito de Long Beach. Me gustaría felicitarlos por el centro creado para la comunidad afroamericana, que ha sido una gran inversión, al igual que asignar dineros a otros grupos étnicos, para así cerrar la brecha educativa. Pero el motivo de hoy, somos un grupo de padres que nos encontramos aquí y es porque vemos la desigualdad en el grupo de estudiantes multilingües, aprendices de inglés. Al ser una minoría mayoritaria, no estamos recibiendo el mismo trato. Un distrito que promueve equidad e igualdad por excelencia, nos sentimos defraudados, ignorados y discriminados. Como ya lo dijeron mis compañeras, ustedes decidieron quitarnos a coordinadores de padres, los trabajadores comunitarios, trabajadores sociales, los centros de bienestar, también los EED coach, todo lo que nosotros ocupamos para la participación de padres y de estudiantes. Tuvimos 3 años de entrenamiento con FLI y de repente ya no los vamos a tener. Los cafecitos del distrito, ustedes siempre nos quieren endulzar el oído y después nos dejan caer. Tardamos años pidiendo los centros de recursos para padres. Quiero recordarles que en el título 1 hay una sección de participación de padres e involucramiento también. La ley esa habla de la transparencia para con los padres y de la igualdad de oportunidades y el apoyo a los estudiantes multilingües. Y es una ley que ustedes están ignorando. Ustedes dicen que invitan a padres a dar recomendaciones o en ciertos cambios del distrito y es mentira. Para ustedes no contamos, pero desafortunadamente nos ocupan para firmar diferentes planes, el de DILAC, el de ILAC, DCAC, CAC, y no nos pueden sustituir. Tengo 4 preguntas y espero respuestas. El plan maestro de la sección que habla de la participación de padres, ¿qué va a pasar? ¿Lo van a reinscribir? ¿Lo van a tachar? ¿O qué van a hacer? Porque ya se escribió, ya está aprobado. ¿Cómo van a mantener ese capítulo? El dashboard de cada año que se habla en ILAC y DILAC, año tras año el crecimiento de otros grupos étnicos, pero para los multilingües siempre estamos abajo de otros subgrupos, incluyendo educación especial, y nosotros estamos más mal en matemáticas. Y todos los planes, ¿quién los va a firmar si no hay participación de padres? No, comenzamos aquí. ¿Ya terminó? Okay. Ya no se acabó el tiempo.
Okay. Llegó esta participación de padres, right? Good afternoon. My name is Maria Teresa Loesa, and I am the mother of students from the Long Beach District. I would like to congratulate you for the center created for African American community. That has been a great investment, as well as the allocation of money to other ethnic groups to close the educational gap. But the reason that today a group of parents is here is because we see the inequality in the group of multilingual students, English learners. As a minority that is majority, we are not receiving the same treatment. A district that promotes equity and equality per excellence. We feel cheated, ignored, and discriminated against. You decided to take away the parents' coordinators, the community workers, the social workers of the welfare centers, and close the welfare centers. Also, the EID coach, everything we needed for parent participation and involvement and for our growth. We had 3 years of work with FLI, and suddenly we are no longer going to have the cafecitos, little, cups of coffee, with the district. You always want to sweeten our ears and then you just leave us alone. We spent years asking for this, for parents, and now just say goodbye. I want to remind you that in Title I, there is a section of participation and involvement for parents. The ESA law also talks about transparency for parents and equal opportunities, support for multilingual students, and it is a law that you are ignoring. You say that you invite parents to give recommendations or in certain changes of the district, and that's a lie. For you, we don't count, but unfortunately, you need us to sign different plans in DLAC, ELAC, DCAC, and CAC, and cannot replace us. I have questions and I expect answers. The master plan, in the section that talks about parent involvement, what is going to happen? Is it gonna be rewritten? Or is what is there is going to be crossed out? What are you going to do? Because it was already written and it says parent involvement, and it was approved. How are you going to keep that chapter? The dashboard talks about ELAC and DLAC. Year after year, the growth of other groups is above the multilingual ones. Other subgroups are growing, including special education, and we are not. Even in math, we are not growing. All SBSA plans require the signature of the elect parents. Who is going to sign it? The directors will take unilateral decisions. If there is no participation, who will provide the recommendations? How will you rewrite the 2035 vision? Because nothing that was written at this time is there, and what was written before is not there. It's just, it says equality and there's inequality and indifference, but above all, discrimination against the multilingual community. We want this article to go to the agenda. We want continuity and not to be locked in a drawer for the next few years.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maria Deseo, followed by Rudy Cardoso.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to urge you respectfully and firmly not to cut LBUSD school library programs. This is not about nostalgia. This is about evidence, equity, and alignment with California's own priorities. Decades of research show that students in schools with strong library programs consistently perform better in reading, writing, math, and graduation outcomes. These results remain true even when differences in poverty levels, school funding, and teacher qualifications are taken into account. And the most important finding is this: the greatest academic gains occur for the most vulnerable students: Black students, Latino students, low-income students, English learners, and students with disabilities. Libraries are not an enrichment luxury. They are an equity strategy. The governor's 2026-2027 proposed budget prioritizes literacy, mental health, community schools, student engagement, and career readiness, and provides record per pupil funding and new discretionary support. Much of the new funding in the governor's budget is flexible LCFF and discretionary block grant funding, which districts are fully authorized to use to support school library programs, meaning library cuts are a local choice, not a state mandate. Why are we cutting library budgets here in LBUSD? This is not alignment. This is a contradiction. Libraries are not just rooms with books. They are literacy intervention spaces, technology access centers, research classrooms, safe spaces for students who feel invisible, professional development hubs for teachers, and community anchors for families. When you cut a library, you do not just remove a program, you remove access. Research also tells us something important about leadership. Libraries are often cut not because they are ineffective, but because their impact is misunderstood. This is not a financial problem, this is a vision problem. Cutting libraries will not improve enrollment. It will not raise test scores. It will not strengthen equity. It will not support literacy. It will weaken all of them. This decision is not just about budgets. It is about what LBUSD chooses to protect when times are difficult. Because once a library is gone, the students who lost access never get that time back. California's proposed budget says students matter. Tonight, I am asking you to show that you believe that too by protecting our school libraries, because libraries are not extras, they are foundations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rudy Cardoso, followed by Talia Watts.
Good evening to the board, superintendent, and community members. My name is Rudy Cardoso Peraza, and I'm here to speak about the Safe Passage program and why it is so important for our students, our families, and our neighborhoods in Central Long Beach. The Safe Passage Community Ambassador Program is a community-based safety program launched in spring 2024 as part of the City of Long Beach's Safe Passage Initiative, a partnership between Community Orgs Days Long Beach, AOC 7 Neighborhood Organization, and Long Beach Forward. Through this partnership, Safe Passage places trained volunteers along school routes during arrival and dismissal times to help keep students and families safe. Our focus is on 3 school sites: Franklin Middle School and Lincoln and Whittier Elementary Schools. Volunteers assist with safe street crossings, help slow traffic through their visible presence and create a watchful, supportive environment around school campuses. These interactions can be simple but meaningful, such as a wave, a greeting, or standing visibly at a crosswalk. Traffic safety is a real concern in Long Beach, as you all may know. City data and reports consistently show that our area of focus, which we call the Orange Corridor, experiences a higher concentration of traffic collisions involving pedestrians, especially on residential corridors right by our schools. Children are among the most vulnerable, especially during peak drop-off and pickup hours when congestion, rushing, and limited visibility increases risks of accidents. Safe passage helps address this risk through prevention. When volunteers are present, drivers slow down, illegal U-turns decrease, and families feel more confident letting their children walk to school. Students recognize these familiar faces and begin to feel that their community is actively looking out for them. I'd also like to mention that there's other pressing safety issues we have to consider, such as the ICE attacks on our immigrant community. Just very recently, Whittier, we had a situation there, and we need support. We need, volunteers. We need people who have the capacity to support, in the mornings and afternoons. And one ways that we've stepped in, is providing useful information, resources, or even groceries to equip our families with knowledge. And, it's just challenging, like ICE, really? Anyways, each of these school sites in Central Long Beach depends on consistent volunteers to cover morning and afternoon shifts. Volunteering doesn't require law enforcement or special skills. You just need to be reliable, care, and have a willingness to show up. Even 1 or 2 days a week can have a meaningful impact. And this program works because it's rooted in partnership between the 3 school sites, families, community orgs, and residents. It's a proactive approach that prioritizes safety before a tragedy happens, rather than reacting after one does. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Talia Watts, followed by Chan Chim.
Good evening. My name is Talia Watts. I am a Safe Passage volunteer at Stevenson Elementary and Franklin Middle School. I've joined Safe Passage because I care and want the support and safety for the students, families, and our community. I'm a parent. I walk my child to school every day, and so I know that we get to school safely. I love being a Safe Passage volunteer. I love helping and being there to school and helping everyone cross safely. And having a presence and a watchful eye on what's happening in the neighborhood. Really would appreciate more help and volunteers, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Talia Watts, Chen Chim is next, followed by Paola Camacho.
Good evening. My name is Paola Camacho, and I'm a proud product of LBUSD. I am a credentialed school nurse that supports student wellness, promotes overall health, and positive learning outcomes. Before making further staffing reductions, I urge the board to consider how the decisions impact students' health, access to services, and time spent in the classroom. Reducing credentialed school nurses and other support staff is not just about a budget decision. It's a student safety decision, and the direct impact it will have on every single school, every single day. This is fundamental. It's about student health and safety. When school nurse coverage is reduced, there may be medical trained professionals. There may not be medical trained professionals on campus to respond to immediate emergencies such as an asthma attack, seizures, or recently gunshot wound victims. Those moments matter. Those minutes matter. It also pulls educators away from teaching. Teachers and administrators, clerical staff, they have to be left with managing health issues that they are not trained for. Pulling them away from teaching and leadership increases stress and liability for all that are involved. This directly impacts special education services. School nurses are essential to health evaluations, medical documentation, IEP, and 504 support plans. Cutting credentialed school nurses, or their hours, can delay assessments, reduce services, and risk non-compliance, harming students who rely on those services. It impacts attendance and equity. Many students rely on school nurses to manage chronic conditions. The school nurse may be the only health expert they may have access to. They receive daily medications. When that support isn't available, students miss class, families struggle to fill the gap, and our most vulnerable students are impacted. In our recent district message, our superintendent mentioned about having shared priority and using thoughtful and strategic planning when you want to continue with promotion of social emotional services. So I can't help to wonder what that looks like. We've learned now that our social services is going to be reduced 50%. And so when there's reduction of support staff like social workers, thank you.
Thank you.
President Craighead, we're approaching our 30-minute limit on public comment, and there's 5 additional speakers.
Can I request an additional 30-minute time period for the rest of the speakers to speak?
Well, we have how many speakers?
There are 5 remaining speakers.
So we just need 15 minutes.
I'd like to make a motion for an additional 15 minutes for public comment items that are not on the agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And our student board member?
Aye.
That passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from our student board member.
Next speaker is CJ Corey Holder, followed by Ashley Nichols Lambskin.
Good evening, President Craighead and members of the board. My name is CJ Holder, and I'm a credentialed school nurse with Long Beach Unified School District. I stand before you tonight because you have been transparent about the significant funding cuts facing public education and the difficult decisions ahead as we navigate this budget deficit. As you look at everything on the table, I believe it's critical that you clearly understand what would be lost if school nursing is reduced, even by 1.2 full-time positions. Many people know us for Band-Aids, ice packs, and first aid. And yes, we see anywhere from 10 to 50 students a day for those needs alone. But I am here to speak to the work you don't always see, the work that only credentialed school nurses are legally allowed to do, and the work that directly protects our most vulnerable students. In the state of California, school nurses are required to be credentialed, meaning we have specialized post-baccalaureate education that focuses on child health in school settings. Recently, the California Office of Administrative Hearings reaffirmed that health assessments for special education students must be conducted by a credentialed school nurse. These assessments are legally required initially and then every 3 years for students with an IEP. There is no substitute that can perform this role. Credentialed school nurses are also required to conduct mandated vision and hearing screenings and submit state reports. By the end of this school year, our department will have completed 25,114 vision and hearing screenings, and we don't stop there. We follow up with families and connect students to our community partners so they can receive glasses and hearing support to fully access their education. Credentialed school nurses are the only professionals licensed to train LVNs, instructional aides, teachers, and staff in first aid, emergency use of Narcan, AEDs, diabetics, asthma, seizure precautions, etc. Got to go faster. Student health needs have increased dramatically since the pandemic. District-wide, we support students with chronic medical conditions such as gastrostomy tubes, diabetics requiring insulin injections, students with catheters, life-threatening allergies, seizure disorders, cardiac conditions, orthopedic impairments, and asthma, a leading cause of chronic absenteeism. For these students, credentialed school nurses develop and implement health plans that keep them safely, equitably accessing their education. As a department, we listen to your guiding principles for fiscal prioritization. Guiding principle number 2 commits to advancing excellence and equity while minimizing harm to vulnerable student populations. Those are the students we serve, the most vulnerable. Guiding principle number 3 prioritizes student health, and we reduce health-related absenteeism, support students safely on campus, and ensure compliance with IDA, Section 504 ADA, and state nursing practice acts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ashley Nichols Lambskin, followed by Maximina Perez.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Nichols Lampkin, and I'm here to speak against the proposed cuts to library staffing in our schools. I speak as a current media assistant, but more importantly as a concerned parent in this district. School libraries are crucial instructional spaces that provide students access to age-appropriate books and learning materials. To foster better reading achievement, the science of reading emphasizes access to a high volume of self-selected, just right books with recommendations of 20 to 25 books per student. Classroom libraries alone cannot accommodate those numbers. This leaves our students at a disadvantage to access diverse, complex texts at appropriate levels for deep, consistent reading practice. Libraries also provide guidance in research, media literacy, and responsible technology use. They are an inclusive space for learning and exploration. Without adequate staffing, students lose scheduled library time, teachers lose instructional support, and equity gaps widen, especially for students who do not have access to books or technology at home. The California Department of Education's model for school library standards recommends that school libraries be open for 36 or more hours to adequately serve students a week. However, with this proposed cut, many of our libraries will be open for a minimum of only 8 hours a week. Some will even be closed every other week. Cutting library staff does not save money in the long term. It costs students opportunities to build literacy, critical thinking, and lifelong learning skills. Research consistently shows that well-staffed school libraries contribute to higher reading achievement and stronger academic outcomes. We should protect the programs that have the greatest long-term impact. I urge the board to reconsider these staffing cuts and to prioritize full, meaningful access to school libraries for all students. Our kids are watching the choices we make. Let's stand up for libraries and invest in their future. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our students.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maxima Perez, followed by Ashley Deemer.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta Directiva. Quiero dar gracias por permitirme estar esta noche, ¿verdad? Soy padre de estudiantes del distrito de Long Beach y soy voluntario de Days in Long Beach Safe Passage. Quiero dar gracias a todos.
Si me permite. Su nombre es Maximina Perez. Good evening. My name is Maximina Perez.
Soy padre de estudiantes del distrito de Long Beach y
I am a mother of students of the Long Beach Unified School District.
y soy voluntaria de Safe Passage.
And I'm a volunteer at Safe Passage.
Y quiero agradecer a Days Long Beach, ¿verdad? Por esto y por la ciudad de Long Beach, por permitirnos hacer el pase seguro.
And I want to thank Day Passage and the city of Long Beach for allowing us to do the Safe Passage.
Y todo esto es seguridad para nuestros hijos, ¿verdad? A cada uno de nosotros, Por eso damos gracias a todos los que nos dieron la oportunidad de participar.
And this is for our children's safety. So I want to thank everyone who gave us the opportunity to participate.
Invitamos a más padres a involucrar, ¿verdad? Es por la seguridad de nuestros hijos.
And we invite more parents to participate because it's for our children's safety.
Y la seguridad por todo lo que está pasando en la calle, corren peligro, los carros pasan rápido.
And safety due to everything that is going on right now. Safety because cars go fast.
Y así nuestros hijos van a estar seguros yendo de la escuela a la casa y así vamos a estar más tranquilos. Invitamos a todos los padres que involucren más.
So our children are going to be safer going from school to home. So we invite more parents to volunteer and participate more.
Y quiero dar gracias a todos ustedes, ¿verdad? Y a la ciudad de Long Beach y todo Days en Long Beach por permitirnos de estar aquí. Gracias.
And I want to thank you all. I want to thank the city of Long Beach and Days Long Beach for allowing us to be here. Thank you.
Y que Dios los bendiga.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ashley Deemer, followed by the last speaker, Tracy Sattler.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Ashley Deemer, and I'm the parent of a student at Long Beach Unified School District. Thank you. I'm here today to strongly encourage the school board to reconsider the district cuts of almost 50% of mental health services and the closure of wellness centers across the district. Now more than ever, our students need to have access to high-quality preventive mental health services on campuses. We are being told programs like school-based mental health or educationally related mental health will fill in the gaps of the wellness centers, but from my understanding, only students with Medi-Cal insurance and IEPs will qualify. I'm concerned about the access to care for other students with the removal of these preventative mental health support programs. I also want to express my concerns about the closure of the elementary school care centers. I understand these centers opened in August at every elementary school in the district, but we have been notified that they will no longer be at the schools next year. It's extremely concerning that there seems to have been no foresight into the state of the budget for these programs and little thought about their long-term sustainability. It's therefore hard to trust that any other helpful services introduced into our children's schools will be around in the long run. Finally, I want to reiterate that there should be significant hesitation in eliminating the services designed to support our children's mental health and emotional well-being. I hope I can speak for other parents in saying that one of the reasons why we love being in LBUSD is because the district cares about our children as a whole, not just about academic success and test scores. However, children cannot learn when they're not emotionally well, and I have grave concern about the elimination of the people and resources who have the capacity to help our children be well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Tracy Sattler. Do we have Tracy Sattler? That concludes the speakers for the night.
Thank you.
President Craighead, I know that you often thank public speakers to come and engage with us. I want to say thank you to everyone that comes for public comment, but in particular for the community members that are coming from communities and advocating on behalf of communities that are under attack right now, that are being threatened, that are being harassed, that are being kidnapped and detained. You are heard. We do listen. We're not allowed to engage because of Brown Act on items that are not on agendas, but I want to make sure to iterate how important it is and how courageous it is for you to be here today speaking in a language that's under attack and under fire and advocating for those that are being kidnapped and harassed and threatened daily. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have item number 14, reports on superintendent advisory groups, and we'll start with the business budget and policy development Dr. Benitez.
Thank you, President Craighead. So we have a first reading of a policy for consideration today. We'll have additional policy considerations at next month's meeting, namely our high school graduation policy for us to consider. And again, as is custom, when we bring policies back to the board, those that require a little bit more analysis and consideration and conversation, we get a reading on, and all of us will have those ahead of time. Hopefully, the hope is that we'll have them sometime next week, but certainly the week before our next board meeting, February 4th.
Thank you. And next, instruction and student learning supports.
No report tonight.
Thank you. Workforce development.
No report tonight.
Okay, next we have our consent calendar.
Move approval. Second.
Discussion?
For me, on item 15.1, that's on the minutes for October 15th. If I can just ask on those minutes, I voted no on items 15.9, 15.10, and 15.11 because teachers had not reached an agreement and had been working without a contract for almost a year. And we were extending senior administrator contracts to 28-29, and I'm asking that that is noted in the minutes. And then just a question on 15.8. If we could please advise where parents can access the list of K-8 schools designated to receive the STEM, the chess, the performing arts, and skateboarding enrichment programs, as we approve contracts for items 1, 2, 3, 8, 12, and 22. And then if we can, moving forward, if we can include those schools in the contract report, that would be great.
Any further discussion on the consent calendar? In which case, I will ask our board secretary to take a roll call vote.
Madam President, can I just hear where we can find, where we can find the list of the K-8 schools designated to receive these programs?
So we don't have a by site list of these. These programs are provided to schools that are provided in the ELOP after school program. So our ELOP office does have that and has worked with the schools and the after school providers like the YMCA and Boys and Girls Club to bring these programs in. So the parents at those sites do know that those programs are available. It's part of the communication with those. But our ELOP office is working as a prior request to have something that is that we'll be able to soon post up all of the different after school programs that are available at each of our sites.
Okay, so we're working on having something to where parents, where we can go and see who's receiving these programs, yes?
Yes, we're working right now on a list of all the after-school programs at each site, everything from their after-school providers like YMCA and so forth, and other things such as science programs, chess clubs, and so forth. So by the end of this the school year, we will have that up and running.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Then we will have our board secretary take a roll call vote.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Otto? Aye. President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
Vice President Miller?
Aye.
And Student Member Nuala?
Aye.
That's 5-0 with one professional vote. Passes.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have a staff report. And so I will go to Yumi Takahashi for the update on the governor's proposed budget.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Craighead. And in an effort to keep our community apprised of budget developments, I'm very happy to present some of the proposals and some of the highlights from the governor's proposed budget for 26-27 that was just released last week. This is the governor's first proposal to the state legislature for next year. And it kicks off the beginning of budget deliberations. We have included on our budget update website the summary document from the Department of Finance, and the TK through 12 budget proposals begin on page 13 of that document. This budget timeline just shows where this the January budget proposal just is nestled within our own budget development timeline. In December, the board certified the 25-26 first interim report, which had projections for next year. In March, the revenue projections will be informed by this proposed budget from the governor. The governor will release a revision to these proposals in May. That's called the May revision. And our budget that will be adopted in June will be informed by the May revision. And so this is really just the beginning of the budget deliberation process, and our revenues for next year will be clarified as this process moves on. The governor's proposed budget was based on higher than expected tax receipts seen in recent months. It projected moderate growth moving forward and projected a modest shortfall at the state level in 26-27, but escalating deficits in following years. It should be noted that the Chief Legislative Analyst's Office, which is the nonpartisan fiscal and policy advisor to the state legislature, really differs in its assessment of the shortfall for next year, and largely because they project that the revenue gains will not be sustained through 26-27, as they're largely driven by investment in artificial intelligence and feeling that the stock market is very overvalued and overheated at this time. So needless to say, there's the revenues estimates on which this plan is based is a point of contention at the state level. And the Department of Finance even cited in its press release that this is essentially a placeholder budget and will be revised when more revenue data is available in May. So key highlights for K-12: no new categorical programs were proposed. Proposal to fully fund the cost of living adjustment, the COLA. But that COLA, which is a calculation of government increases or decreases in goods and services, it's lower than estimated, down from 3.02 that we have used in our previous projections to 2.41%. And also, we've noted lower COLA estimates for 27-28 as well. So that really lowers the base in which our future year revenues are calculated. There is a proposal for more funding for special education, essentially an equalization of the rates for special education funding across districts that could have a modest positive impact for our school district. The governor also proposed maintaining support for ELOP program and also maintain commitment to universal meals program. So that's a $1.8 billion commitment at the state level for free meals for all students. There's also a proposal for one-time funding in the form of a new discretionary block grant, the Student Support and Professional Development block grant, and more one-time funding in existing block grant, the Learning Recovery Emergency block grant program. So one-time funding won't go towards addressing our structural deficit, which is projected to grow to approximately 130 million with our fiscal stabilization measures that we have proposed or are enacting, but will provide more time for us to address our structural deficit. So it lifts up our ending balances and provides us a little bit more cushion should this materialize for the school districts. So that's the highlight. Again, very early in the process, and we'll keep the board and community apprised when more information becomes available.
Thank you for that. It kind of sounds like there's a lot of instability and not a real consensus from our state leaders as far as what we can expect as far as revenues are concerned, and that some of those revenues are predicated on risky
assumptions.
With based on stock, values, that type of thing. That's
Yes, yes. And
That's
the
not
governor's
stable.
even noted in their proposal that is a significant risk to the budget, is the sustainability of some of the increased revenues that they've seen, largely because it is based off of one sector, artificial intelligence, and perhaps overvaluation of stocks in that area.
So it sounds like there's some volatility there, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for us to adjust our budget with the instability that we have so far.
Yes, so we will include assumptions as they become available based on the information that we have, but we do have, again, our balances and what we consider our savings account that allows us some time and some time to adjust, to fiscally stabilize, and thank goodness for that.
Yes. Yes, thank goodness for that part. Do we have any other questions or comments? Let me see where we are. And this is an information item. Okay. Well, thank you.
Just
Mr. Miller?
really quickly, our next follow-up is in March, correct?
That will be when we bring the second interim financial report to you for approval, which will include the assumptions and more clarification in terms of these proposals that will be incorporated. So that will be our next financial report that we bring to the school board.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have new business. We have item 17.1, Community Workforce Development Agreement Amendment number 1. And I see Mr. Miranda ready to start us off with this conversation.
Press item 17.1, which is our Community Workforce Development Agreement. This agreement dates back to early 2020. And I start with that because it was originally piloted as a 5-year agreement. If you do the math, we're well into almost year 6 there. So the first thing I want to address is the fact that you might be wondering, was there ever a lapse within this agreement? And the answer is no, for 2 reasons. One, there's actual clause built into our agreement that states that the agreement just continues on, provided both parties don't agree to terminate the agreement. It also continues on, provided there's projects that are within the project list that are in progress. And both of those were true, right? Neither party wanted to terminate this agreement at any point, and there's several projects that are actually ongoing. When we review the original project list, which were all bond-funded projects for this CWDA, we can generally categorize them into 3 different sections, and they're generally 1/3 apiece, right? So 1/3 of our projects on that original list are now complete, and students and staff members and community members are benefiting from those facility improvements. The next 1/3 of the projects recently broke ground. So these are projects that broke ground over the course of the last year or so. And then the last 1/3 are projects that have yet to start construction, but every one of those are in planning or design or due diligence efforts and have starting dates that range over the course of the next couple of years. That's important because, and I wanted to start there on purpose because I want to describe what's happened and what's transpired over this past year though, right? So we had our 5-year agreement. The course of this past year in particular has provided quite a bit of opportunity and space for us to dialogue, continue to develop the relationship with the Trades Council, and really engage in negotiation discussions, right, to lead us towards this amendment and extension of the agreement. Most of our discussions centered around language modifications, really small edits, particularly in Section 2, Section 15, and Section 22, and I'll describe what those are. So Section 2 primarily speaks to the scope of our agreement. So that's where we generally listed our original project list. And we're proposing an amendment to add in 10 additional projects. Every one of those are bond-funded projects, high-impact projects that benefit the community as a whole. Section 15, one of our favorite sections, and it was a highlight when the board approved the agreement way back in 2020. And that primarily speaks to the local benefits, the local opportunities, and everything afforded to our local members and district graduates. The spirit of that section remains intact and in place, and if anything, I feel like we've strengthened that section with the ability to continue to review metrics, and we kind of set the onus for us to continue to dialogue and meet on a regular basis to review metrics so we can be transparent with the board and community and share what those numbers are looking like going forward. And then section 22 primarily speaks to the time of the agreement. So this is the section where we're proposing an amendment number 1 to this historic agreement, which was the first of its kind for our district and our building program back then. So we're proposing an alignment, really. If we look at our original project list, I mentioned that there's several projects that are in the early design stages and planning stages. We've yet to break ground. At least 1 or 2 of those projects extend in duration and proposed or anticipated completion all the way up to the year 2030. So our feeling was, if we look at the spirit of that time frame, there's opportunity for us to add in and amend additional projects that also coincide with that same time frame. So generally what we did is looked at our building program, identified projects that had yet to be assigned to builders, and listed those via this amendment. So generally, staff recommends approval of this amendment, which would add in an additional time frame, taking this agreement through the end of August 2030, amended additional projects to be part of the CWDA. And by and large, we're proponents and fans of the local hire spirit that's been built into this agreement. Our building program historically has targeted a 20% local hire goal. The CWDA had an aspirational spirit to it to up that number to 40%, and we've done well. So together in this partnership, we've been hovering around that 28 to 29% mark, which is pretty good, and I know we can do better in that regard. The skilled and trained aspect of the workforce, which was mentioned in public comment, but I'll echo, we not only want to complete projects, we want to make sure the workmanship is of high quality. And then the opportunity and exposure afforded to our local graduates, our local residents, of utmost importance to us as well. So for all of those reasons noted, we do recommend approval.
Well, it's an action item, so we'll entertain a motion.
Do we want to address questions first, or would you like to entertain a motion?
Mr. Riel, should we do the motion first, or?
Yes, I think you do the motion in order to put it on the table, and then you can have it.
Okay.
So move to approve.
Second.
All right, Dr. Benitez.
Thank you, Mr. Miranda. I want to start off providing some additional context, right, to this 2020 historic document that makes us even prouder today, or as proud, at least. So I want to first start off by thanking our labor partners that are here today and our community members that came out to provide public comment, families and community members and graduates of our district that came out and provided public comment. By any indicator, by any measure, this agreement is good for students. And it's also good for working families, and it's good for the broader community at large. And we're in a different place than we were 6 years ago. Mr. Miranda, you were around for it. Our superintendent was around for it. Many were around for it. It was a very contentious agreement. It was a very contentious process. This district was not as positive or supportive or excited about this agreement in 2018 and 2019. So it was a momentous historic agreement. And so I want to focus on the spirit. I love that you said we retain the spirit. In some cases, that spirit is even stronger, Mr. Miranda. The hope in 2020 was that a child in Long Beach, in the district, broader district, Signal Hill, Avalon, Lakewood, and the city of Long Beach, would enter a school district and at some point would be on a career and college pathway that would provide opportunities for that student, whether a pre-apprenticeship, internship, upon graduating, apprenticeship opportunities, and that product of Long Beach, and we had speakers here providing testimony to this, would be able to work at one of our schools, at one of our facilities, on a high quality project, a well-paid, benefited position with one of our labor partners, and would be able to, because of the well-paid, benefited position, afford to live in Long Beach, raise a family in Long Beach, have more kids, hopefully, that came to our student in Long Beach. We're not there yet. We see the indicators of it. So this project to me, and it was this in 2019, 2020, is not just about the words here. And I know you're not presenting it this way, and our labor partners are not thinking of it this way. It's about the dreams, the hopes, the aspirations that our school district, but our broader communities have for our children, right, and for the future. Yes, high quality projects. Yes, investing in infrastructure in our facilities, in our schools. We want the best, the brightest, the nicest, the most up to date, but we also had to pass a bond measure, right? So the projects that are listed here are also the result of our community members believing in the work, right? Honoring the importance of the facilities, the spaces, the physical infrastructure that's necessary to provide a high quality education. So I don't want that to be lost, that in the spirit of this, of course the local hire is great, and we're gonna get to that 40%, Mr. Miranda. So one of my questions is, at some point, your office, Mr. Miranda, and look, kudos to you, the team, the business and facilities team, to our community partners, our labor partners for arriving at this recommendation. But I wanna get back to the agreement's only as good as our ability to uphold and implement it, right? So can you give some thoughts on how often, in what capacity, format, we're gonna get updates on moving forward with not just the projects, but with the aspirational goals, right? The apprenticeship. I love that in your presentations to us, you included like, hey, here's our quarterly update on local hire. Hey, here's where we're at in these projects. So just kind of open-ended question, Mr. Miranda. How do we make sure that we hold ourselves accountable to these wonderful aspirations that go back to 2020, but that are now reaffirmed?
Yeah, a few thoughts. Some of it is the language we've built into the agreement, but most of this is what happens outside of the agreement, right? The further relationship building, the trust with our trades council partners to push this forward. So with respect to tracking of the metrics and reporting of the metrics, we've built in an actual time period. So the thinking is at least every 6 months, us touching base, sharing data, sharing information. So Trades Council has their information they track. We have our information we track via consulting partner within our building program, and just doing comparative analysis to see how we're looking. So we do that on the local hire side, but we also do it with respect to our graduates and how many folks are funneling through the system and into the MC3 program over at LBCC. I think the time frame helps. We didn't have that built into the original agreement. We still dialogued every so often, but it wasn't built in as an actual to-do within the language of the agreement. Also, and I failed to note this part, we've had language built into the original agreement that we've modified it slightly with respect to the Trades Council funded apprenticeship coordinator position. There was back and forth dialogue and negotiation with respect to, is that a district position? Is it a non-district position? Regardless, we want the position, right? So that's been funded and it's part of this agreement as well. It's really our to-do now to leverage the creation of a schedule with the help of a secondary office, our high school folks. The Trades Council has committed to at least weekly visits across every one of our campuses, and that's very powerful, right? Because our students may not know these opportunities are out there, these benefits are out there in terms of having a career, having no student debt perhaps as they funnel through the system and are career ready. And with the help of this coordinator position, we'll be able to communicate that information. So we feel really good about that going forward.
That's great. Now, just to follow up, it's my only second question, and again, kudos, congratulations, proud moment for me, for our district, and hopefully for our labor partners that are here as well. So we have some work to do in terms of educational gaps still in our system, right? We have our 4 board goals, but in addition to that, a lot of other strategic priorities to dismantle some of the inequities historically that our district has had. Among these, traditionally have been for our most underserved students, to have access to these wonderful opportunities, right? Whether it's through programs or through the pre-apprenticeship opportunities. So I want to make sure that that part of the spirit that you referenced, we also hold ourselves accountable to which of our students receives access to these opportunities. So can you talk about thoughts? I know that this is an aspirational thing, to ensure that our students with disabilities, to ensure that our multilingual learners, to ensure that our students that are not yet A through G ready are provided these opportunities, right? And so college and career readiness for me, and it's always been, are not mutually exclusive of each other. Problem solving, critical thinking, project management skills. So how do we ensure that, of course, all students, but in particular those students that have historically not had access to these opportunities, get access as we're moving forward, Mr. Miranda.
Certainly. The tracking helps, right? And I mentioned that the spirit of that section of the agreement, section 15, remains by and large the same. Our interest is there, right, on both sides of the house, whether it's the district representatives in our facility side of the house and our trades council partners to, in fact, provide those opportunities and give that exposure and communicate that exposure to our disadvantaged students for certain. So that's a metric we'll continue to track. There's other things we can do in addition, right? So with respect to our disadvantaged students, for certain, we also know we have smaller subcontractors and local contractors who may not know about these opportunities as well. So we'll continue to host local hire events where we really market our building program. The more folks know about our building program and are bidding our projects, the better our pricing is as well. But then we're also hitting that local hire mark. And then you reference board goals and guardrails in our strategic plan. I'm a co-lead on Strategy 9, which is our sustainability strategy. During public comment, we heard the benefit of working locally and not driving 2 hours down the road, right? That also helps our sustainability box, right? Less miles on the road helps us, helps them, really creates win-win scenarios.
Thank you.
All right. Well, first off, I'm excited that we got here, right? We're at the point where we're voting on our renewing our district's PLA, and I think that has been an important entity in regards to the infrastructure for our building programs. We've talked about some of our campuses being over 100 years old, and so obviously there's tons of work that we need done. I think I have a little bit shorter than $800 million happening in my district alone, so I'm a little bit invested in this. And I'm fortunate enough to have a little bit of experience in this space as well, right, with my previous jobs coordinator services piece. And so that's actually what I was going to bring up here. So I heard that you spoke a little bit to the pre-apprenticeship coordinator piece, right? And so it sounds as though, now correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds as though that they'll be doing a little bit of the role of what I guess more traditionally will be considered a jobs coordinator, which is someone who acts as a liaison between the community and the job site, helping people not only learn about the opportunities that are available within the district or on these projects, but also making sure that they get connected to the resources and or the opportunities within the community, that is the LBCCs or organizations like Demo Chicks, or I think we had helmets to hard hats in this agreement. And so opportunities like that, is that a proper assessment?
That's correct. And I'm not adding much there, Mr. Miller, because your assessment, your statement is spot on.
Yeah. And so I think the reason why I'm so passionate about that piece, because I understand from a community standpoint, the misnomer of how we can get into, how community members think how difficult it is to get into the trades. So to have that community liaison, and I'm so glad to hear that we've made sure that was a part of this agreement. It's going to be an important piece to make sure that we can not only remove some of the myths that some of our community members may have about the union process, but also making sure that they get attached to resources. So once again, kudos on all the work that has been put into making this agreement happen, and I'm looking forward to some more great work happening.
I have a question. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers who took their time off their schedules to come and give public comment. And to Mr. Miranda, on the project list, at the end of that list, we have a TRC building, demolition of existing portable buildings, site work, construction of a new multi-story office and professional development learning center. And then we have also a district administration center, proposed new centrally located administration building, including reception, offices, conference rooms, restrooms, boardroom, and professional development spaces. Can you speak to both of those, please?
Yeah, both of those projects were built into our Measure Q bond that passed in November 2022. Yet both of those projects are projects where we're still discussing and dialoguing about the scope of work. So both of those are not in official design stage at this point. So we're really just doing exploratory feasibility type work, assessing really the current life and location of each of those facilities, and exploring opportunities to determine what the long-term plan is for both of those facilities. I'll speak to TRC on its own, and if you're familiar with that location, it's an all-portable campus, right? Portables are meant to last 10 to 20 years. all of those, every one of those has lived, perhaps twice that age. So that's a facility that's vital to our district. It's our professional development hub with larger meeting spaces, yet every one of those facilities has far outlived their life. So the thinking is, and it could be a multitude of things if I just speak to that one in particular. It could be reconstruction. It could be new portables on that existing parcel. It could be a stick-built building that goes a little more vertical to give us more space and more parking within that parcel as well. So we'll continue to explore things on the planning side of the house before we fully refine the scope of work for both of those projects.
Where are you looking for the District Administration Center?
Yeah,
What sites are we looking at?
District Admin Center is twofold in my eyes. One, we're also looking at the efficiency, perhaps sometimes inefficiencies that come with the fact that we outgrew this particular building a long time ago also, which means we have departments and district staff members spread out across a multitude of different sites already. So there's a lot of driving to and from districts for meetings, for services, for various things. The second piece, and it kind of goes to what we're doing here in a board meeting today, we know that we're at the most western portion of our district boundary. It's not central by any stretch of the imagination, difficult to get public transport if folks want to come and address the board. And there's been dialogue and interest in the past from the board and others with respect to perhaps identifying a more central location. So all that to say, and I'm not trying to tiptoe there, but in our feasibility studies and our exploratory work and our due diligence efforts on the planning side of the house, we'll really leave no stone unturned in just identifying other potential locations, perhaps reuse of other properties as well, before coming forward with an actual recommendation on what that project looks like down the line.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Our student board member?
Aye.
That passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from our student board member. Thank you, everyone. And I do believe we will take a break. Can everybody be ready to go at 7:20? Okay, we'll take a, like a 10-minute break. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We will get right to it. Our next item on the agenda is the monitoring report for Board Interim Guardrail 3A around dual enrollment. So welcome.
Thank
And,
you. I'm actually going to kick off tonight's monitoring report. We are so fortunate actually to continue a conversation about college and career readiness. And I think we'll hear some connections to what we heard around the community workforce agreement and opportunities that it creates for students in the conversation that we're going to have this evening. So I will just introduce where we are in our monitoring calendar. The last time that we were talking about a guardrail, you'll remember in October that we had a panel here to speak about Sankofa Parent Village. So tonight continues the conversation about guardrails. And as a reminder to our community, a guardrail is actually the representation of the community's values. They come in the form of not statements relative to the work of the superintendent, and by nature through the superintendent of staff. And tonight you'll hear about one of our ways of describing the work of Guardrail 3. So Guardrail 3 focuses, and I'll read it for the public. Guardrail 3 is around educational and racial equity. The superintendent may not allow implementation or adoption of any classroom curricula or programming that does not prioritize educational and racial equity. And with that in mind, it is the role of staff to determine ways for the board to have insight as to how that is being implemented. So we've had a journey relative to dual enrollment that has come much more into focus the last several years, and you're going to have an opportunity to see how that guardrail specifically related to dual enrollment is being considered. So Guardrail 3A, interim Guardrail 3A is, by June 2028, gaps between the percent of students of color and all other students in grades 9 through 12 who are enrolled in a dual enrollment course will decline to 0% or maintain equitable enrollment from the baseline that will be determined in June 2025. So tonight is an opportunity to hear from a panel of experts, internal experts, who have been about this work for quite some time, and to hear specifically about embedded dual enrollment. And so you'll become aware of some of the different kinds of dual enrollment, but specifically an aspect of our dual enrollment that is a growing program that is an example of educational and racial equity in the implementation. We'll talk a little bit about that data, but with that in mind, Brian's going to facilitate the wonderful panel of Carol Gutierrez Ortega, Rolando Saldivar, and Dr. Carrie Wiley are here tonight to speak to us about dual enrollment as it is connected to educational and racial equity. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Moskowitz.
Very exciting. Thank you all for being here. So let's take the little 15 to 20 seconds, each of you, just introduce yourself and a little bit of what you do on behalf of students in our district. Dr. Wiley, you want to start?
Green light on. Okay.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Carrie Wiley, Program Administrator for College and Career Readiness, which a large part of the work that I do includes our dual enrollment efforts, which you're about to hear a little bit more about. Also our pathway design and development, our workforce development, and all associated efforts in that space. You got
okay.
it?
Yeah. Sorry. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rolando Saldivar. I'm the dual enrollment program specialist, and I kind of oversee the operations of our CCAP agreement that we have in all of the dual enrollment courses that we have. I also oversee some of the counselors that we'll be talking a little bit more about.
Good evening. My name is Carol Ortega. I'm the program administrator for course management. I work in OCIPD. So a lot of the work that I do is around what courses count for graduation for A to G, making sure, I basically say I make sure that everything that comes out on a transcript will get kids into college and through college, and then making sure that our CTE programs are adequately addressed on the transcript as well. But I've also worked in the dual enrollment, like Dr. Baker mentioned, for a really long time. I have a lot of experience working with our partners, and so the relationship is there, the historical knowledge is there, and so that's what I bring to this dual enrollment expansion team.
All right, thank you. And back there, just slightly behind in the audience, is Dr. Angelica Gonzalez. She supports the Pathway Business Engagement Office. Of course, Dr. Myers Miller in the work out of OCIPD. and then Mr. Samuels. So this is we have a panel here representing a lot of work from a lot of folks in the district, and some of us up here on the dais, and the way that we like to come alongside them as well. So tonight, as we do a little Q&A with our panel, some of the questions that you all submitted as it relates to Interim Guardrail 3A will come out in some of their responses. But along the way, if there's additional questions you'd like to ask, we also want this to be interactive with you all as the board. So they're going to be kind of three areas. So we're going to start out with Carol Ortega is going to speak a little bit about dual enrollment. There's a couple of different kinds of dual enrollment, and even in the questions I think you submitted, we want to make sure there's some clarity for all of you and those at home about the different types of dual enrollment. After that, Dr. Wiley is going to share a little bit about the partnerships we have established with Long Beach City College and other partners, and then some of the financial resources that we've secured from state and other agencies that have allowed us to really expand and build that partnership even more. And then finally, Rolando Saldivar will be talking about the ways that we're doing outreach to students, to families, and really supporting students primarily around the school. How do we make sure that the students that have been maybe least well served in our district, who have not had the same kind of access to some of these college prep courses, can receive those in a very, very intentional way. So with that, I will ask just one thing. When you are going to share an acronym, like CCAP or something else, spell it out for us. For those at home, we all know, the board knows what they all mean, right? But we'll make sure that those at home are also along with us. So Carol, if we can start with you, just share a little bit about what is dual enrollment, kind of broadly what it is, and then if you can speak about the differences between the independent dual enrollment and the embedded dual enrollment.
Sure. So basically, dual enrollment is the ability for high school students to be able to take college courses for post-secondary credit. So all of the students who start taking these courses are starting to generate their college transcript. The goal of these programs in general, both embedded and individual dual enrollment, is for students to really start to explore what kind of careers they want to be engaging in post-high school, do some skill building, expand their academic knowledge. You know, they have the basics and the cores that we provide them, but there's a lot of other subject areas that the community colleges are able to provide. And another area that we really want to focus on is increasing a really smooth transition from high school into post-secondary. So whether that's a 2-year program, a 4-year program, or a technical school, we want to make those transitions smooth and make sure the students feel comfortable. So again, they don't only get in, but they stay in and they complete. So what the intention of this throughout the state is that students will be able to enroll in these post-secondary programs and complete these programs, and that also includes technical skill programs as well. In regards to what the difference is, and so the information that you've received is information regarding embedded, which we also call CCAP, which is the College and Career Access Pathway. And so those are the college courses that we offer on our high school campus. And that's a really relatively new phenomenon in Long Beach Unified. We've done dual enrollment for a really long time, but we haven't done CCAP for a really long time. And that's bringing those courses onto our high school campus so that students are able to have access to them very quickly. So sites, they select the courses that they would like to offer based on their pathways and their programs at their schools. They bring that to our dual enrollment team. We work with the secondary school office, and we make sure that the courses that are being selected are intentional, and they are going to be able to get the students to closer to their degree that they're desiring, so that they're transferable to Cal State's, UC's, and private schools, and that they're fulfilling requirements, so that they're not just taking random courses and not making a beeline to their degree. So our intention is that they get to that degree as quickly as possible. We also are able to provide wraparound services, and we'll be able to talk about that in just a little bit. But most of all, these are completely free to all of the students that take courses on our campuses. There are no textbook fees, there are no registration fees, there are no material fees. All the fees are covered in the CCAP program. And so some examples of those programs are Browning Early College. So students who attend Browning have the ability to be able to earn their high school diploma and their associate's degree for transfer at Browning High School. Those are all CCAP courses. We have our Early Start program where we have students who, in 9th grade, they start taking college classes, and so they take a Counseling 49 class, which is a college study techniques. And so the intention of that is that they learn some study techniques so that they can be successful not only in college, but in high school. So that's why we offer that in 9th grade. And then they also take a college orientation course so that they can start thinking about and planning what their future endeavors are going to be. Again, 2-year, 4-year technical schools. All of those things are covered in those particular courses. And then lastly, we have pathway embedded courses. And some really key examples, the ones that I'm the most proud of so far is our pathways have really embraced this. And so at Jordan, as an example, and at McBride as an example, their criminal justice programs, so LEAPS and CJI, they have instituted administration of justice classes that they offer in addition to their own courses. So their students are working on certificates while they're in high school as well. So all of those are all dual enrollment CCAP programs. The next are the individual dual enrollment courses. Now those are courses that any high school student can go to any college, community college, and enroll in courses. There's not as much support in regards to that because a student can just opt on their own. A student and a parent can go to Long Beach City College and take a course regardless of what it is. If they can enroll in the class, they can take the class. So if they come to our counselors will help them and advise them, but they're basically doing it on their own. And what you also have to realize is with those individual dual enrollment courses, there are fees involved. So they do have to pay some registration fees, they have to pay material fees, and most of all, they have to pay for textbooks. And we all know how expensive textbooks are. So those are the differences between the two types.
Thank you, Carol. So Carol said this, but just to underline something she said. When we talk about interim guardrail 3A and the data we're looking at, these are for our embedded dual enrollment courses, our CCAP courses that we provide on our campus. And the reason we've used that as our data point as opposed to the independent dual enrollment is because, as Carol said, we don't have control over which courses those students are taking. They go on their own, parents enroll them in Long Beach City College, and then they come back with their transcripts. These courses, the embedded dual enrollment, the CCAP courses, we actually can support intentional outreach, wraparound services. So we'll get back into what those are, but as we look at this report is about the embedded dual enrollment that we're providing on our campuses.
Brian, and you don't have to do it now, but maybe if you feel that it can be answered as we're moving forward, that's okay. The thinking on why we still call dual enrollment those courses that students can go in the summer or of their own volition take, whether they meet a high school graduation requirement or not, why we would still consider them to be dual enrollment or think of them as dual enrollment if the students can basically go to anywhere, right, LBCC, and take a class that may or may not fulfill either a pathway requirement or a high school graduation requirement. It just may fulfill credit at that particular college. So just thinking about that.
So yeah, we could definitely speak to that. We do have students doing independent dual enrollment. We do accept those transcripts if they do match up with a course that is eligible within our high school course sequence. It can count. But again, it's because we don't have immediate control over which courses students are taking. We've really focused our efforts around Guardrail 3A, around the embedded, where we do have the ability to manage that and support students.
And I can answer that question
Please,
right now. Dual enrollment simply means that they're enrolled in high school and they're enrolled in college. That's all that means. It doesn't mean like we're going to accept or we're not going to. It has nothing to do with that. The state of California is just saying that they will allow and they will pay FTE to the colleges for the students that are enrolled in high school. That's all that means.
Can you explain that, Carol?
What?
That they'll allow the college to get the FTE while they're a high school student?
Yes, so
FTE, I'm talking, one of those acronyms.
Yes,
I think,
the full-time equivalency at Long Beach City College. So basically, when students enroll in classes at Long Beach City College, they get funded by the number of students that are enrolled in those courses. So that's what it basically means, is that the students don't have to pay the tuition, so to speak. California pays for that because they're high school students, so that's what that is. Mm-hmm.
So Carol, you spoke a little bit about some of the benefits already. Mm-hmm. Can you speak just kind of anecdotally to some of the data that we've seen?
Yes.
As far as our success of our students in the embedded dual enrollment?
Sure. Yeah, I think the greatest benefit to dual enrollment, and especially CCAP dual enrollment, is that students see themselves very early on as college students. So many times students get the messaging from wherever they're getting it that they're not college material. Well, we're breaking that, we're shattering that. We're saying, you know what, in ninth grade, you can be a ninth grade student, take a college class, and you are a college student. You get a college ID, you are getting a college transcript. So that just bolsters them so much more to think like, okay, what else? What else can I take? And if you recall, I said that they take a college orientation course. And so that's planning. You're not just taking one class, you're not one and done. What's the next phase? You know, how are you going to move on to the next course? So they actually start to see themselves, and it demystifies college for many, many of our students. So that's a big benefit. We've talked about the fees, how there's no fees involved. But now if we're doing these embedded dual enrollment, there's no need to consider transportation. How am I going to get there? It's already on campus. There's no need to figure out what time, how do I fit it into my schedule? I just go to high school and I'm able to fit that in. So if students know that these courses are available to them on their campus, they are taking advantage of them. And so the success rate, you know, we really wanted to highlight that for you. Our students who take these dual enrollment classes, of all of our dual enrollment classes, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more, is a 92% success rate, which means that they have earned an A, B, or C in their course, because colleges do not accept Ds, right? So to be successful, you have to earn an A, B, or C. So to have our students have a 92% pass rate, our success rate, it's phenomenal, especially when you consider that the origin students at Long Beach City College, their average pass rate is 69%. So we're doing a really good job, and our kids are doing a really good job because, again, they have bought into the idea that they're college students, and they're bringing it so that they can prepare themselves for their future.
If we can, so we actually have our board members and senior team, we all have a stapled packet here. We're just going to reference some documents here just for your information and also for those maybe looking at home. If we can go to the second slide, those who are maybe controlling the slides. Where do you want me to? Oh, you have it in front of you? Sorry. There you go. That's it right there. So this is, these are the courses, the CCAP embedded dual enrollment. There you go. Courses that we currently offer across our district. They're not at all of our schools. Some of them are pathway specific at certain sites, and you have a list of them here as well. So when we're talking about the embedded dual enrollment, there are they're very specific courses that we offer. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about some of the partnerships. You've heard a lot about Long Beach City College. We've had great partnerships with that. So Dr. Wiley, can you speak to a little bit about how we've leveraged partnerships? We'll talk about the institutional partnerships, and then we can talk about some of the financial leverage that we've done as well.
Yeah, no problem. Well, we're really lucky with our partners because we're building on a really strong and historic relationship with LBCC. As Carol spoke to, she's bringing years of experience in working in the dual enrollment space with LBCC. And then as we've reached this point of expansion and growth and intentionality in our partnership in the CCAP space, the LBCC folks have a committee called ECI, which is their Early College Initiative team. They're our counterparts at LBCC. And then they meet with our dual enrollment team, which is mostly represented here. We have a few members not with us today, but we meet with them very regularly and have at least once a month, I will say, but often more when necessary. We've really developed a relationship to figure out how we work together institutionally, how we solve problems together, how we keep students at the center, how we keep our goals focused, but also just work through all the little pain points of new and expanding programs. So it began with those two teams, really boots on the ground, figuring out even just our initial attempt at our first CCAP agreement. Which, it took us a year to figure that out and look at examples. And so we just really developed a strong partnership. We worked in some grant spaces together to learn about embedded dual enrollment. So that just really brought our teams to be focused together, really ready to work together. And then from that work, several levels have developed as we've begun to implement. So we've got that core dual enrollment team and ECI team. There's also our executives meet together. I think it's about a quarterly frequency, but Mr. Moskowitz is on that team, so he could speak to that frequency for you. That's come out of the necessity of the teams working together and kind of saying like, hey, there's institutional stuff that's coming up that's maybe beyond our reach, but we have strong relationships within our institutions and we have ways to elevate. So that's been a very important add to the collaboration. And then as we've actually been implementing and growing at sites, we've had the opportunity to bring on some dual enrollment counselors and a program specialist, which helps parlay into the financial resources in a minute. With those coming on, we've really had the opportunity to develop some very clear site structures and multiple versions of those site structures. What support is needed for an instructor? What support is needed for a dual enrollment counselor? What support is needed for students? Where are we experiencing pain points? How do we elevate things? All of those processes and procedures have been worked through. So cell phone numbers are known and we work together very closely. But that's kind of where we're at in terms of the levels of support.
You can imagine, especially as we think about supporting students with wraparound services, with real intentionality, it really requires a lot of staff, a lot of ways to think about how we're going to bring different types of resources. And this team here, Dr. Wiley and others, have really been so amazing over the last several years in seeking, writing grants, seeking financial resources to some pretty significant amounts. So, Carrie, can you speak to just some of the financial resources we've tapped into that are really supporting all this work?
Yeah, absolutely. Our primary resource, which is just about in full implementation at this point, is GSPP, which is the Golden State Pathways Program. And that was about $14.6 million that we were awarded over a 4 or 5 year period. I say it that way because it's been extended since it was initially offered. That funding has allowed us to bring on the staff and both institutions. So the way that we structured approaching that was very collaboratively with our LBCC partners to identify where we anticipated the most pain points and how we could use that money to provide the resources, which in this case was abundantly in staffing, to figure out how do we build the systems, how do we make things run efficiently, and how do we work through these problems, and the successes, right? That just being able to figure out how to do the work together. So those resources have supported on our side primarily the hiring and implementation of 8 dual enrollment counselors that cover all of our sites. Yes, they all support at least 2 sites, and Rolando will talk to that a little bit more later, I think. We've also subcontracted a decent amount of money, which you all have approved as they've come through with contracts, to support hiring some dedicated staff on the LBCC side to help manage the influx of LBUSD students into their system. So that includes an admissions and records technician, which they're in process for, a disabled students programs and services, DSPS is what we say over and over. That's the acronym, but it's Disabled Students Programs and Services Coordinator, a Career Pathways Coordinator, dedicated counseling hours for their regular counseling staff, and also professional development funds as we go into a space of more college instructors taking on high school students. Oh, second one. We also have a College and Career Access Pathway, CCAP grant. That's another $2.1 million. That one is a shorter term. It's ending a little bit sooner. And that has actually allowed us to hire a program specialist to manage all of the work, has done some internal and external professional development, and has been a general support for our expansion in the early years.
Thank you, Carrie. And part of this work with embedded dual enrollment, in particular working with Long Beach City College and with our school district, it's really built on some of the relationships that have been longstanding around Long Beach College Promise, relationships we have with CSULB, LBCC. Can you speak a little bit to, Carrie, how we access those partnerships to think about data sharing and how we get into some of the other ways that we have worked through, some of the organizational, institutional, bureaucratic type of things that we've had to work through in order to make this efficient for our students?
Yeah, definitely. So first and foremost, that we have multiple versions, but we're in a current one of data sharing agreements. So we did have to work really closely. Our data team, which I'm sure Veronica could speak to a little bit later, but our data team and their data team, along with all of the programmatic supports, kind of got together and had to figure out what data do we need? How do we get grades to become more efficient? How do we get transcript transference to be more efficient? A lot of efficiency conversations, as well as being able to analyze the student data from both sides in participation, break it down by subgroup, and how can we share back and forth that information. So there's been a lot of working group effort in the early years of how we can do that. We've gotten things to a pretty good point, but every time we meet, it's like, oh, now we need this. So we continue to work together on those efforts. And then the primary piece of like policy type work that we did do together to encompass and get our arms around all of this is our College and Career Access Pathway Agreement, CCAP agreement, which you all approved in the fall of 23, and then it comes back to you annually because it gets revised. We add courses, we codify new innovations or processes that we put in place as we've learned into this work together, and so that agreement continues to come back on an annual basis.
All right, so we're gonna shift to that third then part. So Rolando, you're up next. So again, the guardrail 3A is about, you're gonna get both of them, that's good, in stereo.
Okay.
I like it. Guardrail 3A then is about how do we ensure that as we bring in embedded dual enrollment, that we make sure that it meets this that our goal, that there will be either a reduction in a gap, if there were a gap between our our students of color and all other students, or that if there is no gap, that we maintain that. And that is when we think about the Guardrail 3 overall, that we're not going to run any program, we're not going to implement any program that does not prioritize that racial equity. So, Rolando, as you're speaking, one of the things that you're really going to share is your role as a counselor and a dual enrollment counselor and supporting others in that head counselor role. All the ways that we provided wraparound services to all students, the ways we've done outreach to students and families, and then in your conversation also, how do we then ensure specifically that our students of color are having specific outreach so that they are participating and successful in these dual enrollment courses?
Yes.
So maybe just speak generally about some of the overall outreach that we've done, and if you want to reference any of the resources in this package as well.
Sure. So yes, absolutely. We have a multi-layer approach that we engage our staff and students and parents to make sure that they're informed of our program. First, we've really prioritized the expansion of dual enrollment and created a support structure that included hiring me, the dual enrollment program specialist. We've also hired 8 specific dual enrollment counselors who support all of our students. And they also hold parent education presentations. They go back to, they present at the back to school night, site nights, and we also have our dual enrollment counselors go out to the middle schools. So we want to make sure that they have that touch point during their open house. So we want to make sure that parents and students, if they have any questions about dual enrollment, about early start, that they can get that information there. We also conduct a lot of classroom presentations. We know that we have flyers. I mean, they were presented here, the flyers, but we do have those in English and in Spanish. But we really want to make sure that we go out to the classrooms and have that personal connection. Our dual enrollment counselors are new, so we wanted to make sure that they are, that they're visible, that our students are aware of the fact that we have a dual enrollment counselors. We also have streamlined our communication through Canvas and also School Messenger. And then we've done some outreach with our middle schools. So when our pathway counselors go out and they program our incoming 9th graders, our dual enrollment counselors also go out and they do presentations and talk about dual enrollment opportunities, especially the early start. And then we also sent out our letter for middle school parents. Thank you. And we do send that out to all of our parents so they're informed of the programs that we have.
One of the questions that came from a board member was related to how do we specifically do outreach to our 8th grade families? So we wanted to highlight that here. Could you speak to, you talked about this, Rolando, but just when our 8th graders are getting ready to go into high school, can you talk about the process of a high school counselor coming to the middle school level to actually program for the courses they'll take in high school?
Yes, of course. So we set up appointments and we go into the middle schools, and that's an opportunity where the counselors go out, the pathway counselors go out, and then they do presentations. They talk about all the classes that they will be taking. And during that process, we're able to also include our dual enrollment courses.
That's great. So then, because we're specifically talking about interim guardrail 3A, which is making sure that there is that equity, racial equity in our embedded dual enrollment, can you speak to a little bit of some of the intentional outreach that has happened with staff, with your staff, with other school staff, to make sure that our students of color are having access to these embedded dual enrollment courses?
Sure. To provide students of color with equal access to dual enrollment opportunities, we really have tightly aligned our efforts with the college and career access legislation, which really highlights the fact that the dual enrollment needs to have access to our historical underrepresented student population, and so who might not otherwise be part of the college, taking college courses. So we, as a counseling team, really focus on that part of the legislation. And then we're also very intentional in our design in the embedded dual enrollment to engage students of color by identifying courses that support their pathway experience and embedding those particular courses, as you were talking about the embedded courses, and to give them access. And that's the most important part, I think, that Carol highlighted, the fact that those courses are on our campus, which of course gives them access. They don't have to worry about transportation or anything like that. So also, we also coordinate our outreach efforts with ELAC, with Coffee with Principals, and with Parent Village to provide dual enrollment opportunities there. And this year, we've also worked with our head counselors and our pathway counselors to incorporate our CCAP courses in our course selection sheet. So now students are able to really plan ahead, and this is of course our learning that we did from last year. So they're able to really plan ahead, and we really focus on those particular students.
Great. And then access is important, and we're intentional about that.
Yes.
But we also, we shared, very proud of our 92% success rate, which is significantly above the broader LBCC success rate, student success rate. So can you speak, Rolando, to some of the wraparound services that we're providing to ensure that ninth graders, sometimes 14 and 15-year-olds taking college courses, are successful at the rate that we're seeing the success?
Yes, absolutely. You know, as mentioned earlier, we have hired 8 dual enrollment counselors, and they have college application workshops. They have registration workshops, enrollment workshops, and we all know that college applications can really be cumbersome in filling them out. We want to make sure that there's accuracy there to ensure that students have correct student records. So we do have a lot of one-on-one support. But I would have to say that the main key to the success that we have experienced is really monitoring our students' progress and their academic progress. So we do conduct monthly partner progress check-ins, and these check-ins are done with our LBCC professor, our LBCC coordinator, the dual enrollment counselors, and myself are part of those meetings, and we really give timely interventions. We look at what's working, what's not working in those meetings, and then we also really focus in on the academics, because we know that how important that is. College courses can go a little faster, so a little more accelerated, so we need to make sure that we are on with the students and keeping them on track. The other part of it is that our LBCC professors have been gracious enough to give us access to their gradebook on Canvas, to our dual enrollment counselors, so we're really able to monitor. And again, it all goes back to that timely intervention. Through that, as Carol mentioned, we're able to do a 92% overall success rate for our CCAP dual enrollment classes, which are our early start and also our pathway embedded courses.
We could probably spend hours talking about dual enrollment. If there are any questions specific to embedded dual enrollment, anything that was shared, feel free to ask, and then Dr. Baker will get us back into the actual report, and we'll talk about some of the data in the actual report. But do you have any questions for the panel about CCAP, dual enrollment, wraparound services?
I have a quick question. Are all embedded courses in person, or are there some online courses?
All of the CCAP courses are in person because we know that students learn best in that in that realm, right? There are certain times, we have Avalon, who is a little far away, so those students are also experiencing dual enrollment. So there we will have synchronous courses that they will meet with their students over the internet. But by and large, when you saw that list of all those courses are held on our campuses with the instructor in the classroom.
Thank you, and thank you for mentioning Avalon.
My question is really small, I guess, in the grand scheme of things in regards to, I'm looking at the enrollment steps, and I'm looking at this page here, and it's talking about the process taking 3 to 4 days. And so I know for some that sounds like it's fairly quick, but that's still, 3 to 4 days to sign up for a class kind of sounds a little cumbersome. So can somebody just speak to a little bit to that?
Yes, absolutely. So that is part of the process that we really try to help students through that process. We don't control that process. That process is LBCC. So we don't have control over it. So all that we can do is just kind of guide our students through that process. But that is absolutely correct. And that is why there's a lot of one-on-one intervention done from our counselors.
I just want to add, so that delay is really, it's the CCC apply, where they have to apply and they wait for a number to ping back.
CCC
apply? It's the California Community College. Thank you for reminding me to say my acronym. California Community College application, it's part of the process. So I just wanted to, LBCC has done everything they can do with us to streamline that process, but it's just part of the system.
Got it. Yeah, earlier I was, when we were talking about the PLA that the district has just signed up, I was sharing information about how jobs coordinators work as liaisons to help people sign up for the trades, because they also, young men and young women who go into this space can also feel like that process can be a bit cumbersome. And I've had conversations about how we can speed up that process. And so the same thing kind of sounds like is happening here, where we have folks within our district who are acting as liaisons and giving guidance on how to complete the application, how to sign up, et cetera, correct?
It's one of the critical reasons that we needed dual enrollment counselors to help shepherd those processes at the sites.
There's a couple of flyers that you have, just as you're referencing those. If you can go back to that first slide, that'd be great. So the first one talks about those 9th and 10th grade courses that are available. The second one that we gave you an example of is, this is an example from Lakewood High School, but each individual high school that offers the embedded dual enrollment, they have their own separate flyer that's created in partnership with LBCC that allows students to know exactly what's being offered at each site, that are oftentimes aligned to the pathways within that school. Dr. Nunez?
I'm going to save my strategic question to when we get to the data, but I'm going to be a little facetious here. Given the Mr. Miller set me up. So speaking of cumbersome application processes, if there was only a state policy, Dr. Baker, that guaranteed direct admissions to all this time and energy and staffing and resources needed to address these cumbersome application process, right? If only there was a state policy that could be a part of the Long Beach College Promise. But here's my tactical question. I'm being facetious, but not so much, right? Because there is a way to have direct admissions and not have it be as cumbersome for students. So my question is more around the additional supports provided through these grants, Dr. Wiley, and specifically given that my understanding is that it is, in the cases that you've referenced, it's LBCC instructors, right, that are teaching these classes. Given that they may not be experts in teaching high school students, that they may not be familiar with high school accommodations or modifications for students with disabilities, that they may not be inherently in alignment with our culturally sustaining, culturally affirming pedagogical approaches, what kinds of training, professional development, supports, how do we make sure, and not that they're not good instructors, but it's a different population that they're serving at the college level. How do we ensure that the quality of instruction and the instruction itself aligns with our values, with our priorities, with our strategic, with our strategic priorities?
I'll start, and certainly my colleagues can add. From the structural standpoint you asked with the grants, so we do have embedded in actually both of those two resources the ability to contract out with some partners. We've contracted with Career Ladders Project to support, actually yesterday, was it just yesterday? It was yesterday. We were at the all counselors meeting, all counselors meeting, right? We were at the all counselors meeting and we had a Career Ladders project there. We also had a representative from LBCC there doing some training around the DSPS programs. And so we utilized that funding to try to bring in supports for PD, both on our side of the house. And then we also have created some structures for orientation for dual enrollment instructors at the beginning of each semester. Our dual enrollment counselors are involved in that. Rolanda was involved in that. Carol and I have each been involved in that over time. That has been something we've learned into and iterated and intend to continue iterating upon to address exactly what it is that you're talking about. And then when they are working at that site level that Rolanda was talking about, when you are talking about individual programs, students, classes, how can we help, what is needed? There's a lot of real-time support provided with those structures if instructors are having any questions or concerns or wonderings about how they can navigate that high school environment.
Yeah, and I'll be a little bit more specific. I think I didn't ask the question as elegantly as I could have. So you shared that there was funding for a DSP.
Yes, I'll say it.
Yeah.
I'm so bad at saying this acronym. It's a Disabled Students Programs and Services.
Yes, so I know, for instance, just with our local partners here, CSULB, LBCC has a version of our SPED office. You know, at CSULB, I'm familiar, it's BMAC. LBCC has a version. How are we aligning and coordinating efforts, in this case, for our students with disabilities?
So we've had the staff from DSPS, which is, the director, from DSPS, Disabled Students Programs and Services. I can't tell you why that's so hard for me to say. But she has come and worked actually with our special education department in conjunction with our dual enrollment office. And we have created some supports and some guidelines for how to navigate those two processes that are often can work in tandem, but can sometimes have some differences, and how to work through some decision flows and how to work through some guidance on making sense of those two different programs and the overlap and the differences.
And I do want to add that, yes, each institution has their version of DSPS, but the way that they interact with students is very different. So we have our IEP, they create their own plan. And so what we have done is another component of getting students enrolled in dual enrollment early is taught them how to navigate that system. So alongside with us, we're walking side by side with them so that they can choose to opt into the DSPS, because they have to opt into those programs at the colleges. So just yesterday, that presentation that we were talking about, the director of DSPS was presenting to our counselors so that all of our counselors understand the FERPA implications and things of that nature. So that is definitely an area. And like Carrie said, we created a document to say these are the types of accommodations, modifications that LBUSD can do through an IEP. These are the types of accommodations, modifications that Long Beach City is able to do through DSPS. So we have addressed that. But it's a continuous work in progress.
Thank you, team. You're off the hook for a moment, but stay right here. We may come back to you. So, Dr. Baker, I'll hand it back to you for the report itself.
Yeah, thank you. Such incredible work that you are leading with your team, and just what a wonderful opportunity through the lens of a guardrail to hear about other work going on. Tonight's focus, you heard multiple references to independent dual enrollment, and without a lot of detail, what I will say is when we got to the interim guardrail and had to make a decision about how to word towards a baseline in terms of the racial gap, part of our insights came from looking at independent dual enrollment data, which was not representative of our student body. And so with an opportunity to build something and to start somewhere, and then as you see in the report, there's notation about that we want to continue to expand, but expanding in a way that represents racial equity and building a program with that in mind. So you've heard about all of the ways that that could happen. There are other risks to independent dual enrollment that students bear. They often don't know the risks they're going into. For example, if a student takes a class withdraws, and or does not pass the class, and Carol can speak to this in depth, what that does to their transcript, what that does that puts their student aid at risk into college. So while it sounds good to independently be independent and take a class, it is risky for students. And so this pathway, with all of the wraparound services and the intention, and of course all of the elements of being on a high school campus where every student can attend, is even more than what we have heard tonight. But our insights about the goal, and the TBD is actually June of this year. So this is insight, and it's an interim report with final data coming in June. And that may allow us as a team with our research office to adjust the way we even state the target. So just to say that. There's all of the parts of the report are there. So if there are specific questions, we do have another monitoring report tonight, but if there are specific questions, but you can see what I just illustrated. I think there was a board question about if there isn't a gap, and my explanation goes back to the independent dual enrollment, and then currently there is not a gap. Our work will be to strategically ensure that no gap exists in the future. So building from this front point forward, we have a different opportunity than trying to go back into something and try to reduce a gap.
Dr. Baker, on that note, because if that's the question you're referencing, I think it was my question around then what other kinds of indicators and or, indicators could we think about? Has there been any strategic thinking? Is my strategic question. Just looking at determining whether we're being equitable or not. I love the 92%. Again, is there strategic thinking going on around, well, 92% is A, B, or C. Is there a gap on which students are getting C's if there are more students getting C's versus A's? Because the 92% is great, right? And it's way better than what our partners are doing. But then within the A, B, and C, do we see any gaps?
Yeah, we do have that data. We could look at that a little more carefully. I think to your point, the fact that we are overrepresented in a good way, our students of color in embedded dual enrollment, and we have a 92% pass rate. And the great news, while GPA matters, if a student gets an A, B, or C, they get college credit for that. We know when students take AP courses, which we also are still continuing to grow and support, when they take an AP course, they have to pass the AP test, and then some colleges accept those, some colleges don't. In this case, when these courses are passed with an A, B, or C, it is automatic college credit. And because 92% of our students are passing, we're seeing real success in the embedded dual enrollment that we have.
So Brian, since you put me there, does that mean that a student getting a C in a class, are we equating that the same way as a student getting an A in that class just because they're getting college credit?
Their GPA will show the C, the 2.0, as their college GPA.
Correct.
But they will get credit for having taken that college course.
Right.
But the GPA does matter, and that's part of, I think, the counseling to do with students, that it's great that you passed, but you also don't want to start your college career, if you will, with a lower GPA before you even really get into that.
Again, if there was a policy out there that existed, the guaranteed admission to a minimum A through G, C or better, that would be helpful, right? Yeah.
I had one really quick question for Carol, just a point of clarification. You were the first person to say the 92%. Is that 92% district-wide, or is that 92% at Browning? I remember hearing that number at their graduation.
That's district-wide in our CCAP courses.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, good to know.
Do we have the disaggregated data for broken down for students of color enrolled in dual enrollment?
Are you referencing the embedded dual enrollment? So if you look at the figure 1 on the graphic, 5.3 and actually maybe 5.3% of our students of color are enrolled in embedded dual enrollment.
Are you asking like African American students
yes,
compared to
breaking it down,
Latinx
Latino,
students?
Black, African American, Pacific Islanders? That's what I'm looking for.
We definitely could provide that. It's not in the guardrail, but we definitely could provide it. Yes, I hear what your question is. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on.
This is an action item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please.
Move
I'm
to
sorry.
accept monitoring interim guardrail 3A monitoring report.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0.
Great job, everyone.
Yes, thank you very much. I did have that in my notes that we needed to vote on that, but it was covered with all my papers. So it's nice to have help. So thank you very much for the presentation. It's wonderful. I will add that we can feel the excitement, we can feel the passion for this, and that really comes across. So it's not just great numbers, but it's everything behind it. Yeah, thank you.
Great, so I will also kick off goal 4A. Tonight, we will be talking about the interim goal of 4A. The report for the public watching starts on page 157 and then goes through 165. So we will be in reference. It's also shown on the screen. We accepted a number of questions from the board, and so we have worked to incorporate those questions into our team's response tonight. And in fact, because of the holiday, just to make note of this, we are going to incorporate those questions so that the public can hear the questions that were asked as well, but because of the holiday, they were not posted in the same way, just to make note of that. So in September was the last time that we were monitoring goal 4, and at that time you were monitoring the goal as the large goal. Tonight we'll be looking at interim goal 4A, and I'll read those for the public, and we'll be back to look at interim goal 4A in April. So just to see this as progress reporting in the midst of our monitoring. On the top of page 158, for those who are following along, you see two different goals. So the interim goal that we are specifically talking about tonight is by June 2028, 85% of 9th through 12th grade Black African American students will receive a C or better in their English language arts A through G courses, up from 77% in June 2023. And I'll pause there just for a moment for those of you who have highlighters or you're looking at the data that goes with that. I want to call attention specifically to figure 1 on the left-hand side of this page, because figure 1 is specific to interim goal 4A. We've determined some additional data points that give context to this goal, the interim goal 4A, as well as board goal 4. But tonight's focus is really on the left-hand figure 1, which is showing the percent of Black African American students who received a C or better. And so with that in mind, you're going to hear some specifics about our data, but you can see the growth point going from 22-23, the school year 2022-23, at 76% of Black African American students receiving a C or better, like to say earning a C or better. And this year, we are reporting at this point in the year 80% of Black African American students receiving an A through C in their ELA course. I'll stick with that, and you're going to hear some of these other data points raised in our presentation, but to stick with figure 1 for now. The second part that I just want to read is that our interim goals, as the board knows, but for the public, each interim goal is selected specifically for goals and not for guardrails, to have some predictive nature to reaching the goal itself. So while it's important that we're monitoring at the interim level, it's also important for us to remember, what are we en route to? And so board goal 4, in pursuit of having more than 66% of Black African American students graduating seniors A through G eligible, the proficiency gap between Black African American students and all other students will decline from 13% in June 2023 to 0% by June 2028. There's a context for that, and that's why there's some additional data off to the side. But tonight's focus is on the raising of achievement in getting A through C grades in English language arts courses. I will provide a little comment to that, and then you'll hear us work through the data issue. That is that we want all students, including our Black African American students, to be raising levels of achievement. We never want to be closing a gap by somebody being stable, not growing, or declining. And so just keep that in mind even as you ask your questions and think about, there's some gap over here on the right that isn't specific to interim goal 4A, but we never want decline to equal out or to close a gap. Our team's going to talk about several different aspects and include all of the questions that the board asked in several different areas. One of the questions that was asked that I'll just kick off with is, what are the contributors to the success that we're seeing? So you're going to hear some detail to this, but you're going to hear conversation most notably about improving quality core instruction that has cultural relevance in it, the strengthening of Black students' sense of belonging. We believe that is a contributor. Professional learning for teachers, which we have made a huge investment in. And then monitoring processes that are not the same as they used to be, but with specific precision and attention to our Black African American students in new ways. Thinking about them as change ideas. So a monitoring report of 2 years ago does not look the same as a monitoring report at this time. You'll also hear us talk about equity and grading policy. So we are in, of course, the second year of implementation of the equity and grading policy. That has a dynamic to it that we expect to give students new opportunities to earn A through C, specifically earn. And that's important when we think about an equity and grading policy and the messaging that goes with that. It is opportunity to retake with some guardrails, to redo assignments, to turn in assignments in a very specific window that allows a student to not lose hope that they have reached a point where they can no longer make up work, turn in work, and to retake assessments that are very important to them, earning the grades that are there for them. That is a key factor of the equity and grading policy implementation for us. And then we'll get into the next set of details, which are around key drivers. Where is a lot of focused leadership effort? Where are teachers and principals working together at the site level? Where are counselors supporting students? And those key drivers will be no surprise to you all, which have to do with professional learning, professional development, supervision and coaching of principals and of teachers, the newer monitoring and accountability systems, and then interventions and supports. Did I cover my key points? All right, team. So I am passing to Breakthrough Success Community. You're going to talk about that relative to interventions. Okay, we've got it. All right, Dr. Myers-Miller or Mr. Samuels, who will take it from here?
Good evening. I would like to take the opportunity to address one of the questions that was brought forth by one of the board members related to how do we ensure that our students and our teachers are engaging in culturally relevant our students are engaging in culturally relevant materials and resources as they are in their student learning experience. And I want to take us back about 4 years. Over the past 4 years in the Office of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development, we really began to engage in an equity audit. And that equity audit allowed us to really look at our current student learning experiences in our curriculum units, and we were able to really dig into what we are offering our students, really uplifting their voice, is it connecting to their identity, using the framework with Goldie Muhammad. So we used that over a whole year. We studied about what that meant and how that was going to apply and connect to our given units. Using that as the frame, we then began to look at our curriculum units and did some real deep revision to ensure that all of our units were going to support what was called out in our equity policy, and also that we were going to ensure that all of our students had those experiences for culturally relevant. To ensure that our teachers had professional development to actually implement that, we engaged, this was during pandemic, when we had all of our teachers across our K-12 system engaged in 40 hours of equity training. And so that was the first bridge and foundation where teachers really began to understand what it meant to support students in all different areas of their own cultural identity, their cultural being, and ensure that that was part of the experience that they would be having within their classroom. So that was the beginning bridge. And then we were able to have some face-to-face training where all of that was continued to be embedded into supporting them in understanding around their curricular units and how to apply that in the classroom. When teachers are working with students, they use our curricular units, and all of our curricular units from TK-12 all have an opportunity where teachers in the planning stage, there is a section around resources and how to plan out units that are then going to uplift the students that are sitting in their classrooms, and using materials, questioning, and all of those strategies that then will allow them to have those culturally relevant and sustaining practices to support them having a more rich experience in the school setting. I also want to say that outside of just the teachers being prepared, we are also supporting our teacher leaders to be prepared to support system-wide implementation. So for example, our department heads, our IICs, all our curriculum leaders, all of those, and coaches, when they're working with the teachers, they are supporting and uplifting the resources that are in the units, so all of our students have those similar experiences. But it doesn't just take the teacher and those teacher leaders. It also takes the support of our administrators to be out in classrooms supporting and monitoring and providing feedback to ensure those experiences across our system. So those are some of the ways in which we ensure or that we have actually really taken home to change the dynamic of experiences for our students over the last 4 years within our system.
Damina, one of the questions that came from a board member was related to grade 10. And in figure 3, grade 10 is one of the grade levels that has the lowest passing rates, ABC rates, in English specifically for our Black African American and all other students. Can you speak a little bit to what goes on for students from a course sequencing in 10th grade that might have a factor in that?
Yes. I would like to, before I speak specifically to 10th grade, I would like to take you just on a small continuum of the 9th grade experience and then also the 10th grade experience for students across our system. So the course sequence typically for a 9th grade students is 4 core classes and 2 electives, okay? And then one of those core classes is PE. Physical education, well-being experience. But then when they move to the 10th grade, there are 5 core courses and 1 elective. And usually in the 10th grade experience, that's when most students start experiencing their AP courses, and they also have a higher intensity around text-rich experience courses, such as modern world history, seminar, and chemistry, and so forth. So those are some of the reasons why there's an attributing effect to students' lower percentage of ABC rates in those grades, in that particular grade.
Then maybe let's shift to Mr. Samuels. If you can speak to some of the ways that we're thinking about supporting students, some of the questions that came from the board about how do we, in the report, we talk about core districts and how core districts supports us with data, some of the work around the breakthrough success communities. Can you talk about some of our proactive supports for students in 9th grade and how that's also informing practices in 10th and 11th?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. One thing you probably have heard me share in the past is that through our partnership with CORE, we're doing what we call 9th grade on track work, also known as the Breakthrough Success Community in our high schools. And with that work, we have teams at our high schools in 9th grade teachers, if you will, who are using data. They're going through a PDSA cycle, which is Plan, Do, Study, Act, cycle to really focus on how to best support our ninth grade students. As we all know, that transition from 8th grade to ninth grade is challenging, but we're proud to say that we have seen this work have a positive impact on students, because when teachers come together, they're looking at that data, and then as a team, they're analyzing the data and trying to determine what strategies should we employ so that we can best support our students. So they're really trying to be really proactive as they try to find ways to help students be much more successful in high school in the ninth grade. And so what we found is that this past year, in the first quarter, many of our teams spent a lot of time focusing on relationship building. There's a strategy that's called a 2x10. Many of our teachers are very familiar with it. In essence, what teachers are doing, they're taking about 2 minutes a day, 10 straight days, having conversations with students that are non-academic, that are really helping them get an opportunity to get to know students and allow students to feel as though someone cares about me and is really concerned about who I really am, rather than, am I just another name in a grade book? And so teachers are really getting to know students, and students are feeling that they are truly valued and belong. And when you do that for 10 days, it really has an impact. And when you have an entire ninth grade team doing it at the same time, just imagine what kids are experiencing throughout the day. And so teachers are in our teams are really focusing on that strategy. But then also we had several teams who focus on that along with what's called a makeup day. And the makeup day has really taken off with our BTSC teams, because they realize, as they continue to look at their grade data and they tend to see where students are having some challenges, that it is very important to take some time out during the school day to provide students with additional support to turn in work and to really help them really prioritize the assignments that are going to be most impactful to their grade. And so we have teams who actually have shared some ideas with other teams to find ways to make that makeup day very productive for students, so that they're not just turning in work that doesn't really have much value. Because as you know, when you're talking about grades and you talk about weighted averages, there are some assignments that may be worth 1% of your grade, and some assignments that may affect about 3 or 5% of your grade. And so helping students determine that, helping students come prepared prior to. And so students are being taught how to show up to a makeup day ready to work and knowing exactly what you're going to work on, rather than spending half the time trying to figure it out. And so teams have done a really good job at doing that and communicating that to students. And then we also have teams that are really working together with another strategy that's called a Kid Talk protocol. And basically that's just a protocol that helps teams keep their focus on students when they're together for the purpose of talking about students, because sometimes conversations can tend to stray, as you can imagine. But the protocol is designed to help the conversations remain focused on students and on student needs and how we can provide student supports. And for our ninth grade teams, they've been working on that as well. And so that's some data that we think has really benefited our students. And we do believe that we're seeing some of that evidence even in some of these numbers that we're looking at this evening. And just to add on, we have some counselors on special assignment who were part of our Student Success Initiative, and they are also working with these teams, but they're also working with some students who were part of the Student Success Initiative who have matriculated up to 10th, 11th, even 12th grade. And what they're doing is really providing what we call watch and consult support for those students who are no longer in ninth grade. And so those students know that there's an open door policy. These counselors do continue to monitor their grades and their progress. And then if students do come back and they need tutoring support, they need any emotional support, they're always there providing them with that. And so we're really excited about those counselors that continue to do that, so that those students can still have that support that they need, even though that they're no longer in the Student Success Initiative, so to speak, and they're no longer at the ninth grade.
I'll share just a little more context about some of the data, and then of course we can open up for additional questions. One of the things I just wanted to point out, so I know oftentimes when we're looking at these monitoring reports, we're looking for whether or not we're on track, approaching on track. The reason this does not have any of that metric, the goal itself that we're looking at, the interim goal, is about semester data. So when we think about students earning the credits that they need to graduate high school to be A through G eligible, those are the credits they receive at the semester, either end of semester 1 or end of semester 2. The data we're looking at here is quarter grades. And so because quarter grades are not the final grade, if you will, earning the credits, and the interim goal itself is really about those end of semester grades, we didn't put whether we're on track or not. We'll know that after quarter 2 here in a couple of weeks. But we did want to show you that comparing quarter 1 data year over year, we are seeing growth from 76% in 22-23 to 80% now. And so we expect that trajectory to continue into the semester 1 grades. When we come back in April with the monitoring report for 4A in April, as Dr. Baker referenced, we will actually be talking about the on track, where we are on track to our 85% that we set. The other thing I wanted to just share, so one of our key drivers that we've really focused in on this year, building up from past success, is really thinking about the quarterly progress monitoring. And you've heard us talk in a couple of different reports now about quarterly monitoring. We talked about shifting our district assessments to quarterly assessments. We talked about shifting our foundational reading skills assessments to quarterly assessments. And so by doing some of that shifting, we have set up a system this year where at the end of every quarter, our schools are being really intentional about looking at their data, looking at their own individual gaps there may be between student groups, growth that students are making overall, and then at the individual level, where are there students that might need an intervention, where are some students that might need additional support. And so what you see in figure 2 and 3 really are represented by what a school would look at to say, what do we need to do more intentionally? So a school in their quarterly monitoring might look at the grade breakdown. A principal at an individual school is looking at individual teacher breakdown. They're actually looking at, across all of our English courses, where do we see teachers that have a high number of students with ABC rates, and which teachers at the school might have lower numbers, and what kind of support might be needed within that school site. So figure 3 that represents the breakdown of ABC rates in English by grade level, that's something that an individual principal and individual school teams are looking at. We actually have here in a couple of weeks, in February, we have what are called our collaborative data studies. It's an opportunity for site teams to come together, principal supervisor, and teachers at the site to look at their data, including data like this, board goal aligned data, after the quarter 2 assessments are completed, after quarter 2 grades come in, to look at that and say, how are we on track? You may recall early on, Dr. Madrigal and team this summer, we have set individual targets for every school that if they met their target, if they met their individual target, we as a district would meet our district targets for these board goals. So schools after quarter 2, semester 1, will be looking at their progress within towards these individual site targets that they've set. And so that the data like this, while we look at it here and we really focus in on figure 1 as it relates to interim goal 4A, we know that our sites are going even deeper into the individual student level, the individual teacher level, and really asking themselves, what do we need to do different the following quarter, the following semester to accelerate that learning. Dr. Bader, I don't know if you want to hand it back to you or if there are other questions from the board related.
Yeah, I just had one question here. First of all, this is for Dr. Demita Myers-Miller. And it was around our initial assessment around grade 10. And so obviously this is more your space than mine, but I would probably concur with the reduction in performance being accredited to a more text-rich course sequence going into 10th grade. That makes sense to me. I could see 12-year-old Eric feeling a little overwhelmed going into the 10th grade, knowing that the 9th grade was probably, let's say, a little bit more freedom. With that said, though, I was curious. No. What? Remember, I skipped a grade. Yeah, so I might have been 14. Yeah. Right. I had to play my my senior high school football season at 16. That's all I remember. Yeah, so I was only 16. Everybody else was 18. Yes, we've gotten completely off track here. My question was centered around if we are going to make that assumption. I'm curious about what forms of interventions are we looking to make to support those young people, either 12 or 15.
That is, thank you for uplifting that, because we do have data not just from the report, but historically we are able to see that kind of shift there in students' grade percentages. So one of the things that it is incumbent upon is for our counselors to be actively involved in their student course. The student course cohort.
Programming? Oh.
And their cohort of students, and to actively monitor those other students to ensure that they are receiving the additional supports that they need, and if there needs to be additional credit recovery or any of those things, that is what we would hope that would be happening within the school site.
That's a good example, Domingo. I was thinking about newer efforts to have credit recovery happen during the school year, which is very different than the past. So our past, going back several years, was only summer school. Yes, so now we have an A through G credit recovery curriculum that students can take. Of course, it requires some support from a teacher and or other tutoring and things like that, but instead of waiting until summer, there are opportunities for students to take credit recovery during the school year, which is one of the strategic ways that we've changed the thinking about intervention. We're trying a few new things in the space. You'll remember that we were overstaffed at the beginning of the school year, and one of the ways that we utilized that overstaff was to convert some traditional sections, just to simplify it, like a traditional section of English language arts, to convert it into an intervention like a credit recovery course or a support course. And so rather than waiting until summer, that's an example of something we've been testing out as a during the school year intervention.
Just another curiosity of mine is, have we thought about, I think about like surveying our youth. I mean, obviously we're taking a professional assumption here, but I'd be curious to hear from the students as well, to hear what some of the challenges were from an educational standpoint going into the 10th grade, because as I look at those numbers, I mean, we've already made this noticing in our evaluation of the current performance, but it's fairly substantial, and so I'd be curious to hear also from a student perspective as well.
Okay, do we have any further comments or questions? Dr. Baker, I have a quick question. How many board members submitted questions prior to this evening?
No names, but we had 3. So thank you. We had significant number of questions, and again, they weren't posted because of the holiday.
Right.
But thank you for the questions that were submitted. It helped us to know what you're curious about and what you're interested in, and prepare for that.
And we do get credit for asking day of, correct? Just making sure. We got an evaluation coming up in a little bit, so I just want to make sure.
We
I
have,
think you
we
told
have
them
two
yourself.
more reports that are really coming hot off the presses shortly. And we'll be getting those to you, I believe, next week, so that you'll be ready to start back into the cycle of asking the questions that we'll answer ahead of time in preparation for the February 4th meeting.
Okay, in which case I think we're ready to.
Can I just ask one question, because we are getting ready to do that, that evaluation. Which have been the indicators that predicted students at risk of not earning a C or better in ELA?
Are you asking like a The profile of a student? Or
No,
the,
so, I mean, do we see that maybe the patterns, like with attendance, perhaps is contributing to our kids not getting that C in the class?
Yeah.
So do we?
Yeah,
do we
I mean, I
have-
don't think we have a correlation study. It's a really good question that we are often talking about. Is this impacting? Is this impacting? So we don't really have a correlation study, but it's a really good question for our schools to be asking students, what is impacting? So I don't know if there's any other reports that you can think of, Brian, that might help to answer that.
So not specific to the attendance, we definitely, and part of the reason we look at the multiple measures, so we look at the quarterly common assessments, we're looking at grades, so we're looking at multiple data points, and our teachers along the way are doing progress checks, formative assessment. So if there's a student who seems like they're struggling early on, we can provide some in-the-moment intervention. But to your point about what other things, like some of our SEL measures, we do some triangulation between SEL measures on our panorama surveys, our pulse surveys, attendance. That is something that at the individual student level, our sites do look at to see if a student is off track, if they're not on track for A through G, what are some other factors going on for them that our counselors can support them with.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, are there kids that may have to, they're working after school and don't have time to work on assignments, or maybe they're having housing insecurity. So just wondering if there were factors that we knew were affecting their performance in class.
Yeah, it's a good question. There's actually, and we won't go into detail tonight because of time, and it's, it wouldn't be put on the spot, but I think about our multi-tier systems of support development at a really strategic level across schools that Dr. Soto Batarama and the level offices have been leading this year, and thinking about how do you actually get into conversation with students and families specific to what you're asking, to very respectfully and in a culturally responsive way assess the needs of a family if the school has not yet been able to see success in a student.
Yeah, and just very quickly, and on that note, just on the attendance, we've definitely had situations where students may not be coming to class in fear of not coming back home. So I was just wondering if we had some of that data that would indicate why, maybe why our kids weren't getting those C's or better in the ELA classes.
Yeah, and Dr. Baker, the spirit of my question around the equitable grading policy, without knowing sort of the root cause analysis of what was coming for, do we see that the students, for instance, not as a predictor, but more as maybe the portrait of the students is related to even when we have the equitable grading policy that allows for students when they're absent to turn in work, are those the students, right, that are getting the C or less? Or again, what do we know about the students that are not getting the C or better? Is it because they're not turning in any assignment? Is it because they're not turning in the assignments on time? Is it because even when they turn in the assignments, they're still not getting that C? So that's where my question around the equitable grading policy, like how do we know what components of the equitable grading policy are working and not working for students?
Right. So just to piggyback on what you're saying, essentially, if we look at grade 10, obviously we're applauding that 73%, but we want to know what's going on with the other 27.
I also appreciate that you're asking about talking to students, because it's very easy to make an assessment from adults or just to look at data, hard data, and not to realize there's a story, there's a narrative, there are struggles, and we know the conditions of this time and what's happening for many of our families. And so it's a good curiosity for us to bring back to our team, school level, those who are implementing MTSS and working with their school teams to do more inquiry from a student perspective.
So if we have no further questions, we can move on with our vote. So we need a motion to accept this monitoring report.
I approve to accept the interim goal data as presented.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. And we will move on to Item 17.4, Student Outcome Focused Governance Board Quarterly Self-Evaluation. Member Miller, you're going to lead us in this discussion. I will remind you that we're getting late into the evening here. So anything you could do to expedite this process would be much appreciated.
Alrighty. Well, as stated, well, just a little bit of quick context here. Last time we did our evaluation, I did ask the question on what we could do to improve the efficiency of this process, because I think in our previous evaluation, though I felt that it was great that we did a lot of let's call it referencing to previous conversations. I do think that we spent more time on the conversation than talking about what our strategic next steps will be to address the evaluation points that we didn't receive a score for. So with that said, I would like to make a more efficient process, or I hope that I've made a more efficient process for us in regards to giving us a little bit of homework first, right? I sent everyone an email with the link to our previous evaluation with the scores that we received. I asked that everybody come in and provide their own personal scoring process. I'll talk about what I had, and if anybody disagrees with me, that's fine. And then we can also talk about what steps we need to take to move on to the next scoring category as broken down on each column. Sounds good? All right, great. And, oh no, I lost internet. So that's not good. Right? But as I talk through the, yeah, I'm on the guest. I apologize. Well, it was vision and goals, and I'm just gonna talk my way through it. First off, the not student outcome focus column, all of those are still false, correct? Yeah, I need my computer. So give me 1 second here. So it is. Remember, the password is educate.
So I'm going to put it in the universe that Josh's going to figure it out. Mr. Miller,
Yeah.
just so that I'm interpreting you correctly. So rather than go one by one column, what you'll say is wherever we left off the last time, this is where I'm scoring us.
Correct.
And then if we agree with you, we move to
Correct.
what are we going to do to move that score forward. If we don't agree with it, then we focus on which one we think.
Correct.
Okay.
And more importantly, we talk about what we're going to do strategically so
Correct.
that we do satisfy that
Got you.
expectation moving forward.
So do you want to borrow my hard
Yeah,
copy?
so I'll borrow yours until I get hooked up back on the internet. My apologies. But to confirm, column 1 is the not student outcome focused. We said that all of those are still false. I'm going to ask, did we all have column 2 approaching student outcome focused? Is everyone still believing that all of those columns are still true? All right, and then are we saying that in column 3, meeting student outcome focus for 25 points, are all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those all true on your scoring? Did anybody have anything else than true? All right, so we got 25 points so far, and now we're at the mastering column, which is 1, 2, 3, and On wands, we have 2 out of 3. Did anyone else have anything else other than 2 out of 3?
I'm not sure on that one if, and I have never been sure of this one. The root cause analysis one is the one that I'm still not sure about.
I think it's just hard to remember back that far. So when you were in the goal development phase, we provided a set of data with, at that time, analysis, root cause analysis. It goes back into goal setting.
So which one was thank you, Dr. Baker. Which one was the one out of those 3 that we believed
Number 1.
the board user process that includes students, staff?
Yes. And so we last said that.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
We need to do additional community outreach, which you and Doug are working on as we speak.
Does it work for Doug and I to give a quick update on that one so that we can share with you what we're doing, what we hope to do to achieve that one?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
You want to do it, Doug? You want me to do it? Okay, so Doug, Greg, Coach Klein, and myself met to discuss that very aspect of it.
Okay.
So the framework calls for 3 types of community engagement meetings on behalf of the board. And the 3 types, or the 3 purposes of the meetings, I should say, not types, are 1, to provide updates on SOFG, 2, not in order of sequence of priority, 2, to listen to community on SOFG, and 3, to provide training for community. We haven't yet begun training. Our community check-ins, Doug, yours is in 9 days, do fulfill 2 of those 3 things. One is to provide an update on what we're doing, and the other is to listen to community, but we're not technically doing training of community that then would allow for us to determine whether community understands, is vested in, and can express ownership of our adopted goals. So our conversation has now turned into affirming from my colleagues here that, yes, we want to go and move forward with the training so that we can work out the logistics of, are we going to do these trainings in between our community check-in meetings? Are we going to do these trainings after, I believe, Ms. Lopez has the last scheduled community engagement in August, Ms. Lopez? Do we want to wait to do it after that? Do we want to have an in-person type training or a combination of a Zoom training and in-person? So not for us to determine today, but we want to affirm with you all that we want to have an additional, at least 1, because it's only required to do 1 in 12 months, but possibly 2. Meetings where we're training community, building community capacity, so that we can deliver on the purpose of this framework.
And to confirm, and this is going to go into some of the other scoring as we get further down, it should not be just us. It should also be students and or community involved in that.
Correct. And not just students participating, but leading this training. So again, training students to be able to do that. Training community members. If we don't have one of these trainings formally, because the soonest that Greg advised that we could have one would be in between, I think it's your meeting and Ms. Lopez's meeting, Mr. Miller, which is I think
May and August.
Yeah. So that could be the soonest, right? So that it wouldn't throw off all the other community engagement. If we decided to do it in and or around that time, we don't want our community to think that we're not going to do anything for 4 or 5 months. So Greg reminded Doug and I to share out with any community member that if they want to train, we have coaches that can provide one-on-one individualized training while we figure out the timing, the formatting. We did explore with Greg what that potential training would provide. And we outlined from what the framework calls for, the different kinds of governing bodies. How do we do monitoring? What's a goal? Like those things would be included in the training. Content hasn't been determined yet because we wanted affirmation from you all that we want to move forward to figure out when those trainings would take place, what the format would be, including students, you're right, Eric, and then what would we offer our community members between now and when that first training would take place.
Got it. And to confirm, you're saying that we're not making the decision right now.
So not making the decision of when or how, but making a decision for Doug and I to go back with Greg and then map out and then come back to you all and say, here's what we're proposing that we do. And not just to get these points, but as you point, there's 2 other places that have a points, have points attached to them.
Right. I mean, from my perspective, obviously I'm not speaking for the entire board, I think that it makes sense to do it in between that gap of May and August, because that's also right around the time period where if there was someone who would be interested in a board position, isn't that also around that election time period as well, right?
So Greg made it very clear, just to respond to that piece of it. So the training is independent on whether possible candidates are going to participate. We can't mandate for interested candidates to come to the training.
Right.
But we can say we're offering trainings for anyone that's interested. So Greg made it very clear that these are not trainings for candidates.
Correct.
These are trainings that anyone can go to. And if you happen to be interested in running for school board, best practice would be that you find out about what you're running for. Right. So again, I think that needs to be clear, and that's why he said he would be available for anyone that wants to receive training, whether they're a possible candidate or not.
So all we have to determine right here and now is, do we want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Do we want to do that?
Yes.
Great. We want to do that.
Sounds good to me.
Ms. Lopez?
Okay. Sounds good.
So Greg and I will meet up with Doug and I will meet up with Greg again and then bring back possible timeline, possible content, and then next steps.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
And the sooner we can get that done, the sooner we can get those additional 10 points. So right now we're at 25 points. We're moving on to Section 2. In Section 2, to confirm, not student outcome focused, all of those are still false, correct? Okay. Great. Moving on to the second column of approaching student outcomes. I have all of these as true. Did anyone not have all of this? And that's column 2 as true. All right, great. That's fantastic. All right, moving on to column 3 for 10 points. I do have 1 point or 1 deduction that we do not have. And I have a false at the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4th point, which is the board has considered adoption of 1 or more theories of action to drive the school system's overall strategic direction. Did anybody else have any other potential point deductions or actions that we did not complete on that particular column?
I don't know that we have considered the theories of action.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. That's coming up next month.
Correct. Okay. So are we good? So we're saying that for our values and guardrails, we are at we have satisfied everything up to column 2, which is an additional 5 points. Great. We're at 30 points total so far. We're doing good. Next, we're at monitoring and accountability. I'll start with saying not student outcome focused. Once again, all of these are false, right? So as we have adopted board goals, all of those good things. All right, moving into column 2. I am happy to report I have all of these as true.
The only one I had a question about is what we're going by to determine the no less than 10% of our total board authorized public meeting minutes. When was our last update? Who's monitoring time on that right now?
I am. I'm going to be giving a report. I can do so right now.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Yeah,
so that we
Yep.
can make that determination.
Okay. Well, according to the monitoring report, we're asking more ask-oriented questions during meetings, and we're asking less focused and ask-measure-focused questions during meetings. And let's see. Well, we need to improve in asking smart questions during our board meetings. We're averaging, well, we had a couple, not every board member has been turning in questions. So that's a problem, and not every board member is asking at least one question during meetings, right? So in September, 60 we had a score of 60% in asking ask-oriented questions and only 20% in measure-focused and results-focused questions. And so we need to engage in conversation, and one of the things that did stand out in the monitoring report assessment is that a lot of the times our discussions will diverge from unintended focus, and we spend time on unrelated topics or personal opinions rather than on being intentional about our questions. And so this lack of focus definitely negatively impacted our overall scores.
Got it. Like talking about how old Eric was when he played high school football? Yeah, got it.
So, I mean, and we are spending quite a bit of time just going off on a different tangent. So I guess that the good news is that we can all turn in a question, ask a question, and just remain focused. And I think that we can improve our overall score.
So I think, thank you, and that's going to be helpful. The percentage of time here is with regards to how much time at our public meetings we're spending monitoring goals.
I actually was copied by Coach Greg on an email to Doug, who was in the past quarter doing the time tracking, so I can share that on Mr. Otto's behalf. And so what Coach Greg or Mr. Klein did a review to ensure that, that we're scoring correctly, and there was 0% in October because there was Guardrail monitoring only, and Guardrail doesn't count towards monitoring. 24% in November, 28% in December. And he, as coach, says it's reasonable that a board would score itself as meeting student outcomes focus for the quarter on this specific item.
So that's the 25%.
Yes, 2 of the 3 months the board was at the threshold of 25%.
Okay.
And I'll give credit back to Doug, because he with Greg did the scoring, and then Greg just gave it back to us.
Okay.
Fantastic. So that means that we are on to the third column, which is meeting student outcome focused. I don't know if you guys already know, we've already surpassed last quarter's evaluation in regards to points. So that's a big clap for us. So we're at meeting or outcome focused for 20 points. On this column, I got a 5 out of 6. The only point deduction I have is the board has been provided copies of, but unless by law not required to vote to approve or disapprove the superintendent's plan in implementing the board goals and work to ensure that the plan is included in both the implementation timeline and the implementation instruments. That's the only one that I don't have a true.
I thought we had that one already. The one that I wasn't sure we met was the 25% total board authorized meetings. So I think the timeline we approved. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the timeline that we've been sort of working off of for these monitoring reports.
Okay, so we're going to consider that a true. Okay.
And
so which one did you not have?
No, Dr. Baker just confirmed that we're at 25%.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So from my perspective, we've fulfilled the 20 points for meeting student outcomes focus.
Even better. All right. Fantastic. Even better. So that puts us at 50 as of right now. I'll move over to the mastering column very quickly. So at the mastering column, I have I only have 2 of 6.
Correct.
Are we there?
Mastering.
At the mastering column. Did anybody have anything different?
I do have a question. Actually going back to the, to approaching student outcome focused. At the very bottom, the superintendent is evaluated only on performance regarding the board's goals, guardrails, and interim goals and guardrails.
That was the shift that
Right.
you approved this fall.
Right, so there's a shift, but then that's not indicated in this, here.
So it's funny you asked that because I had that same question for Greg. So your point is the actual act hasn't happened yet, but we did approve that we would make the shift, and he says that just the approval of making the shift is enough to receive the points than the actual act.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the Mastering Student Outcome Focus column to confirm the two that I have points for are the second and third attributes, which is one, only board work discussed, and the second one is the board modifies its goals and guardrails and monitors the calendar no more than once during the span. The other four I did not give us points on, which is the board invests no less than 50%, even though now after our conversation, are we saying that that is true?
No, Joe just told us we were at 25%.
25%, I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you for catching that. I was somehow I'm juxtaposing Maria saying 65%, so I heard.
Yeah, and Maria Isabel's update does allow for us to rate ourselves in another section.
Yeah. My apologies there. So I will skip down to item number 4. The school system has achieved at least half. This is going to be a goal that's going to take us a while, obviously. Achieved at least half of its interim goals. So I won't have a comment on that one. The next one, the fifth one, is if the board approves an annual budget, it does so only after determining that the board's goals are first priority for resource allocation. Obviously, we are going to do that process in the upcoming budget decision, but we have not done that just yet.
Mr. Miller, but couldn't we say we're going to be doing this and we're going to be doing that and then just give ourselves higher scores?
So with this one in particular, this one has an actual action word attached to it, like has approved an annual budget. So we haven't actually done the approval yet. So because it hasn't happened, I still have a false there. Yeah. And then the final one, the majority of the board's monitoring sessions during the period were rated effective or highly effective.
And that's the one I believe Ms. Lopez just
Yes.
gave us an update that we're not there yet.
Correct. Was it effective or highly effective?
Actually, we look back to last quarter, we were effective 1 month and ineffective the second month, and then last quarter we were ineffective. So so we were.
So we're not. So we're 1 for 3.
Yeah.
So if we had gotten one of those months, then we would have got the 2 for 3, and then we would have been able to get a point there. I mean, not a point, but a true. But in this case, we've not. All right. Well, good to know. But still doesn't change the fact that we're at 50 points, which is good. An improvement from last quarter. All right, so I'm moving on to communication and collaboration. The first column is still false, correct?
Correct.
No one is questioning that? Great. We'll move over to the approaching student outcome focus. Here I have all true.
Correct.
We're all good there? All right. And then in the third column of meeting student outcomes, I have a 2 out of 4. So the 2 that I have as true are the first one, which is there are no more than 4 board authorized public meetings per month. And then the second one that I have as true is
we're not achieving the hours.
Well, we're not
tonight.
Yeah, that one we are going beyond
You skipped over that
the
one.
3 hours.
Oh, didn't I? Right? And none last more than 3 hours.
But we also had more than 5 topics today for discussion.
Right. Right. So that was, now we're down to 1 out of 4. And then the one that I still have as true, and we can go over this together, is the board made no edits to the board's regularly scheduled meeting agenda during the meeting and during the 3 business days before the meeting, unless there was a state emergency. Right? So that's still true?
Agreed.
All right. The 2 or the 3 that we missed is, 1, this very long meeting is not helping. So number 1 is definitely a no. Number 2, the board discusses no more than 5 topics for discussion during any one board authorized public meeting. I think that unfortunately, with as many items that we have on new business, we probably will get a false there as well. And then last but not least, the board limits its adoption of board policies regarding school system operations to matters that are, 1, required by law, 2, an appropriate exercise of the board's oversight authority as defined by the board's adopted goals and guardrails. I have that as false as well. So that is the conversation where, remember, we had a discussion about policy diet. And so that is when we need to finalize our full policy diet. Not saying that we're not going to review our policies. It's just which ones will we be looking at on an annual basis and which ones we will deem the decision of the superintendent for our approval. All right? So we got 1 point there. All right. We're moving on to unity and trust. First column still false.
Yes.
Second column, all true. Did anybody have anything different? Third column, which we didn't have last time, I have all true. Did anybody have anything different? Hearing none. And so the reason why I didn't give us a mastering point is because of item number 2. All board members and the superintendent agreed during the most recent self-evaluation that none of the board members have given operational advice or instruction to staff members, as that is a Jill question.
I can give you points for that on this quarterly self-evaluation.
All right.
That's a big smile, Dr. Baker.
All right. So that's the only reason why, because once again, that wasn't our decision. That's a superintendent decision. So I have a 4 out of 4. So
That's
in
a
regards
point.
to mastering.
That's a point.
So are we all good there? Are we saying that we're mastering the unity and trust component of our evaluation?
Not mastering. We're on the column before.
Did I move too quickly here?
Yes.
Mastering is another whole set of things that we haven't done.
So to confirm, maybe I didn't. So let me make sure. I'm at unity and trust right now. And in regards to the third column, meeting student outcomes, right? So we did the board hasn't, yes, we've done all 4.
Yes.
So when you go to column 5, there are 4 items here. And the board has unanimously agreed during its most recent self-evaluation that all board members adhere to all policies governing board operations procedures during the previous evaluation period. Are you guys saying that we didn't do that?
No. So the ones that I'm saying we didn't do is we haven't memorized board goals and the current status of each, and the board has not conducted a quarterly self-evaluation or an annually where the most recent score is 80 or higher. We haven't gotten an 80 or higher.
Hold on.
Right.
Right.
Correct. The only one we've met is the one that Jill just said we haven't given operational advice to.
Got it.
Yes.
All right. So to confirm, we are at 3 in regards to meeting student outcome focus, correct? All right, we're at 53 points. Great. Continuous improvement. First column, still false. Agreed?
Correct.
Second column, approaching student outcome focus.
We don't track estimated annual cost of staff's time.
Correct.
invested. We don't do that.
That's the one that I have as false as well. So I don't have us receiving any points for this.
It's only a point. I'm good with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not good with not doing
Right.
it, but it's only a point.
Right. But to confirm, this is something that I know is on Jill's radar?
It's on our radar, but we don't have time to track our time. All joking aside, it actually does take time to track time. So
Right.
it will, we will get it done by your next quarterly evaluation.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jill. All right, so we have a course of action. And so to confirm, that is our last metric. And so by my standards, I got to 53, right? Am I off? 54?
54.
54. There we go. That's a vast improvement. Yeah.
Okay, before we move on, if we can just ask if we can get the monitoring reports a couple of weeks before, so we have time to submit the questions, because that was something that the consultant and I talked about. And then also, I'm just wondering which one of my colleagues like to volunteer to track our questions moving forward.
Yes, so you bring up a very good point. First thing we need to do is to approve this evaluation and this score of 54 points. So I'm going to motion for approval of our self-evaluation of 54 points for the final quarter of 2025.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? That passes 5-0. We accept the results of our self-evaluation, and we give ourselves 54 points, so that's good.
Great.
And so now we can talk about, so you'd like somebody else to volunteer to monitor the monitoring effectiveness. Would anybody like to volunteer for that?
Right. I'll volunteer for that piece. Because to confirm, we have 3 unofficial roles that are being done in regards to our self-evaluation. One is around efficiency, one is around the actual time monitoring, and then one is doing this role that I'm doing right now, which is like facilitating the self-evaluation.
Right.
And so I would suggest that we do a rotation of those roles quarterly, so that not only does everybody get the fun experience of being a part of the evaluation team, but I think that it also is an equitable approach to the work that it takes to continue to be a successful board.
Okay.
So am I hearing that you will now be doing what Ms. Lopez?
I am gladly taking on the effective.
I'll do yours then.
Oh.
The facilitating our self-assessment.
Sweet. We
Okay.
got 2 done.
And Doug, you've been keeping track of time. Would you like to continue to do that, or would you like? You'll continue to do that. Okay, great. All right, so that's settled. The next item on the agenda is, actually, we've been talking about that. That was kind of woven into what we just talked about. So I think we're ready to move on. Is everybody okay with that if we move on?
So you're saying we did 17.5 as well, right?
We did.
Diana?
We did. We did 17.5. At the same time, we were doing 17.4. And so.
67
Yes. So 17.6, resolution number 0114, Yeah. I've written notes over that number. A resolution of the Governing Board of Education of the Long Beach Unified School District of Los Angeles County, ordering a governing board member primary election, setting forth the specifications of the election order, and requesting consolidation of such elections with the primary nominating municipal elections to be held on June 2nd, 2026 in the city of Long Beach. Do we have a motion?
Move. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. I'm sorry?
17.7. I think we should probably agree to do that. Pass.
Oh, I'll just read the item first, and then we'll have a motion. Resolution number 011426-B, a resolution of the Governing Board of Education of the Long Beach Unified School District of Los Angeles County relating to candidate statement and costs for Governing Board election called for June 2nd, 2026.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Item 17.8, new board policy 5141.5, wellness and behavioral health.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Quick overview, Dr. Sosa Valderrama. Give us the minute version.
And this is for information tonight.
Yes,
Yeah.
so this is for information only. And so this board policy is a new policy, and it's actually one that is required by Senate Bill 153. And what it does, it puts into policy the process that we will engage in to refer students. But all of these things that are listed on here are things that are already in place. So the training for staff, the posters, the having the protocols, all of that is already happening. Making sure that our students' IDs have the suicide hotline on there. They're already things that are in place. So this policy is just putting that in writing in a board policy. Senate Bill 153.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. And that was an information item. So we will move on to item 17.9, approval of tentative agreement with Teachers Association of Long Beach.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Yay,
Any-
Steve.
Yeah. Any opposed? Any
I move we
abstention?
table that till the end of the meeting.
Well, pretty much there. And any abstentions? No, that passes 5-0 as well. Item 17.10, approval of memorandum of understanding with Teachers Association of Long Beach.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just really quickly, from a SOFG standpoint, with these types of MOUs and approvals, is this something that we could have put on consent? I'm just out of curiosity. No? Right. Got it. Got it. Okay. And I understand both sides of it. I'm not just thinking about it from a point standpoint. I'm thinking about it from an efficiency standpoint as well, right? So if there's a point of conversation or discussion, obviously we can do it during consent as well, no different than doing it as new business items. So I was just more of me asking out of curiosity more than previous business practices. So anyway.
Okay. So did we have the motion seconded?
We did.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Rockenbach. We are now at report of board members. Member Miller.
Yes, I'll be brief because I know it's been a long day for a lot of folks. First, I just wanted to acknowledge a packet of letters I received from the students of Cabrillo. I'm still reading through your letters, but I wanted to thank you, and I appreciate your concern about the status of our district. There are two major events coming up in our city. One is one of my favorite events and holidays of the year, and it is the MLK Parade. It is happening this weekend. I am happy to participate this year, as I do every year. And this year, I think we're like a big group of LBUSD. We're like bam, 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 bam.
We are, or are some of us going to be riding solo?
I do have a car in the parade that goes through my district, but I'll be right next door. Yeah, I'll be sitting outside of a Corvette, but I'll be waving to you all as well in one seat in front of us. No, I'm kidding. No, but I'm looking forward to participating in the MLK Parade. It's always a really, really fun event for not just Central Long Beach, but I really think about it for the Long Beach Unified School District. I remember last year having a discussion with Jill as I got EJ strapped to my chest about, as I walked down and greeted everyone in the parade, I would say easily 60 to 80% of the parade is some form of LBUSD affiliate and or someone in our system. And so all things considered, I'm very proud of our participation in this parade, but more importantly, I appreciate what this parade represents, especially for that part of town. If you know Central Long Beach, and unfortunately some of the tough history that it has, some of the tough socioeconomic issues that have happened in that neighborhood, to have everybody in our city convene in this beautiful part of town where I grew up, man, I just think it's very, very humbling. And so once again, I look forward to participating one more year. And my dad absolutely has flown into town to make sure that he's at this darn MLK Parade. He will not miss it. All right. Here you go. And then the last but not least, and I'll provide more information on my social media, but I wanted to inform everybody about a large mentoring event that's being hosted by Doug Halbert through the city of Long Beach. And he along with 6 other orgs, previously were called Mentor Connection, are hosting a big mentor recruitment event on January 31st. And so if you go to Doug Halbert's website and or if you go to my social media as of tomorrow, there will be a lot of information about this opportunity. I highly, highly endorse mentorship as I'm a product of great mentorship. I know the impact of having a great someone who cares about your success that's outside of your circle of influence. The power of it is astronomical. And so the ability to just tell a young man or young woman that they can do it and that impact, you have no idea how impactful it can be. And so all things considered, Doug has been a big endorser of mentorship, and I'm looking forward to participating on his event on May 31st, and I would love for everyone to be in attendance. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. Dr. Benitez?
I'll be very brief, but in honor and celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This weekend and on Monday, I will invoke this, and I think it encapsulates the spirit of our meeting tonight. And it is: the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. So with that said, I do have one brief item to report on. So at the end of our last meeting in December, I referenced that 300 to 400 students at Herrera Nieto Elementary School sent me wonderful letters and illustrations. I promised the students I would read through all of them. I read through all of them. and I'm hoping to circle back with Dr. Baker. They all referenced their playground and their hopes and dreams for that playground to be, one, completed. There's work being done on the playground, but they want swings, and they want traveling bars, and they want shade, and they want trampolines, and they want ladders. So my plan is to circle back with some kind of update and engage the students, because I really appreciate their taking the time and effort to write letters to their school board member. And so I want to be as responsive as possible, but also, how great is that for elementary school students to engage their elected official around a priority for them? So I'll circle back with Dr. Baker and Patricia, and we'll coordinate a visit back to that school so that they can see that their voices, when they collectively act on them, are powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Otto?
I'm assuming that everyone will be at the event on the 27th at Rancho Los Alamitas, where what we're going to do is have, the place is going to be filled, and we're going to do this is the second of the 5 that we're going to be doing, and we're excited about it. What we're going to accomplish is that people will understand that what our goals and guardrails are, what student outcomes focused governance is, and hopefully we'll get people that will become interested in learning more about this, maybe go to one of the training sessions that comes along down the road, and maybe even find people that might be interested in running for the school board. So that's all.
Thank you. Member Lopez?
I'll be super brief. But as we welcome the new year, I'd just like to share a few words with our educators. Educators, your dedication, creativity, and unwavering commitment inspire more than your knowledge. I'm sorry, more than just knowledge. You build character, confidence, and a lifelong passion for learning. The guidance and encouragement you provide students shape futures beyond the classroom. Thank you for nurturing minds and believing in every student's potential. Wishing you all a great year with inspiring lessons and countless moments of joy and pride. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no report this evening. We'll go right to our superintendent.
All right, well, I will do my report in 60 seconds or less, starting with an acknowledgement that in the consent report today, you approved a resolution that was about Board of Education Appreciation Month. So I just want to recognize all of you as we celebrate in California, Board of Educations and the role that they have in elevating students in public schools and the justice that has to do with. So the resolution can be found with the board agenda, but thank you for your service to our children of the communities that we serve. Secondly, on Monday afternoon, a text message and email was sent to every family who is connected to our district with all of the information about our full implementation of the cell phone policy, reclaiming attention, limiting distractions, and supporting wellness. So just encourage families to immerse themselves. Everything is under C for cell phone on our webpage. Anyone who didn't receive that should check and make sure that they either could be in their junk mail or they could have a different email that they're using, but every family received that on Monday as we prepare final weeks of preparation to go complete implementation. Also, we have early learning and kindergarten festivals that begin this month on January 24th. The first is at Bircham Elementary. There was one virtual session already held. Those sessions include early learning opportunities and TK and kindergarten information and lots of fun activities for children and families. And then lastly, an attendance update. As I will do in each meeting, we are hovering at 93.3% attendance this school year, and that is because of the efforts of schools to really get out the message around the importance of attendance for learning, related to our board goals and other means for student well-being, and of course, as we work to stabilize our fiscal situation. we need students to be in school for all of the reasons. So let's keep up the good work. I did shout out a couple of schools this week that have really done some considerable work, and just want to celebrate them. That's my report for tonight.
Thank you. Well, I know tonight has been a long one, but it's the only one for this month. So thank you for bearing with us. And our next regularly scheduled meeting is Wednesday, February 4th. Without any objection, we'll adjourn the meeting. Good night. Thank you, everyone.